is the best practice in most developing democracies, is to have a story where both sides of the political president, by being of the nation, is not tied to accept any advice except he so desire. Even when we talk about the strategy, sincerely, we also allow the president to say, in a situation where the body has brought forward certain it is also accept them. So the committee can go further and further. But to say the whole thing and define what consultation means. Consultation and accepted there's power. We need and put a consultation is what is. Consultation is making phone calls. For the sanctity, for the peace, for credibility, let's just accept the fact that those in the bar association, the journalists, who can ask for this nation, let the entirety of our election on what the president feels. I am sure do this for the sake of all of us that are here, who progress and will move our nation forward. Open appeal on this side for our brothers to understand with us that what we push forward for is a credibility process. You last forever. So we are saying, whether you are there or here, confident that the system will work to progress here. Thank you very much.
Chairman. Thank you. Let me listen to Honorable Australia.
Chairman, point, I don't see the reason why our bodies on the other side are downward. Because it's a battle that came to them when we were in the opposition. Except why do we want to take away the powers of the president? Chairman, honorable members, this is not a creation of the current president. This was something established by the former president, so which these people what our president is doing.
Mr. Chairman. I think we listen to our colleague on the other side, quietly, because we wanted to understand exactly the position in terms of this clause. We did not shout. We had our reservations and waited for Honorable Senator to present our case. We don't need to shout because others need to understand. So let them hold their peace. Then I allow my colleague on this side to make his submission. Let's have some audience in the chamber. We can do it if you stand up and you can just appoint, speak, and we make our case very clear. So please.
Yes, proceed, Honorable Kujisalia. Yes.
Thank you very much. As I was saying,
Hold on, yes.
What is clear is that this is the house of procedure, and you can all agree with me that there are undertones from both sides of the line. There are undertones from the other side. In fact, what we are doing now, in fact, Mr. Speaker, what they are doing now is evidence of the testimony I'm making. They are even giving undertones right I'm speaking. So please, if it's undertone, let it be undertone. But let us don't disturb the proceedings. Let us ensure that we allow people to talk and we learn from what they are saying.
Proceed, Honorable Sonia Kone.
yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And as I was saying, what we have here today is not new. This was something that came up during the then government. What President Bio is trying to do, the President Bio is actually trying to tell you what, that governance is about continuity. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, you will realize out of 134 recommendations, the President was generous enough to take up to 50. Right? Unlike the former government. So what we are doing here is not new. All we are trying to do is to accomplish what they could not finish. That is what we are trying to do. And if you look at this bill, it is people-centered, it is focused on the people. That is why we are preaching about inclusivity and everything. Now let us come to the issue at hand. Consultation. You know, I happen to be part of the commission, and I remember during the 5th Parliament, we went to Bo, and we had a very healthy discussion. And the thrust of that for that summit was about the consultation. So all along, it has been the problem of consultation. How do we define consultation? That has been the problem. It has never been the case that we don't want the president to nominate. It has never been the problem. What we had was about consultation. And I think what this bill is proposing, why do you need to reinvent the wheel? Why do you need to reinvent the wheel when there is nothing? So what we are saying on this side is that, Mr. Chairman, what we need to do is to define in the most proper way what we mean by consultation. That is, when that is done, then at the end of the day, the president can still go ahead with his powers to nominate, and the right consultations can be done. That is what we need as a country. Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Chairman, honorable members, what is happening on the other side is very much, what is something I would describe as dishonest. We are not generous.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not.
Mr. Chairman, at this level, let's set the basis clear.
No, sit down. Honorable member, please hold on. Please be guided by the use of what?
I'm guided, sir.
It's not only for him to be guided. Mr. Speaker, we demand that he will do it.
Honorable members, I can sense the tension. I understand.
There is no tension. They don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill.
Mr. Speaker, you were here. Mr. Speaker, 1 minute. You were here when Honorable Aminat Asise made a statement. And you asked her to withdraw. So what is it? What statement would be worse than dishonest? How would you feel, Mr. Speaker, if I say you are dishonest?
You can make statements, there can be statements. But do you know the kind of statement she made? Did you listen to the kind of statement? I told her to withdraw. Did you listen to the kind of statement?
It is not worse than dishonest.
Sit down, please. Honorable Koji, let us proceed.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a point of correction. The leader of the other side was making This is pure disservice to the people of this country. We all know this particular constitution is outdated, and so the current dynamics of this nation does not match to the constitution. And so there is dire need for us to amend this constitution. But it is very much unfortunate that all of us have been crying for a new constitution, for an amended constitution. Then now people are moving away from what they had agreed upon. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, everything we have in this current bill was something they agreed upon. So it is disservice for us at this point,
Sorry, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have debated this bill already. We are in third reading. So for the third reading, we are paying attention to the specific clause. We are dealing with this clause. So we should not be debating this bill. What the minister should not come again. Let us not go in with any irrelevant section.
I don't know if you want to take my seat. I am allowing it for good reason. I'm the presiding officer there. I know what I'm doing. When he debated on the issues, I did not stop him. Please allow me to preside. Proceed.
Yes, thank you. Let me just try to wrap up. Mr. Chairman, honorable members. Again, are you with me, Mr. Chairman? Okay, again, for the record, I want at this point the people of Sierra Leone to take note of what we are doing. What we are about doing is something that will be in the interest of the people of this country. It is not something that will be in the interest of SFPP. If you look at the dictates of this bill before us, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, you realize it is inclusive and it is people-centered. So at this point, I want to beg the people of this country. At this point, if anybody should sabotage this particular process, let the people of this country know that these people have sabotaged the amendment of this constitution. I'll tell you for free. Mr. Chairman. At this point, our committee on the other side, don't have any event to stop this. And I'll tell you for free, Mr. Chairman. I hope I'm not Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I will tell the people of this country that the only strategy left with members on the other side is to either abstain or walk out. This is the best for the people of this country. Let them look at what is going to happen. They will either abstain or walk out of the chamber. And that's my case. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can understand that, I can understand that the colleague on the other side is, trying to, pander to the emotional conscience of our people. But let me say this and say it clearly. It seems to me we are making an unforgivable assumption here that the existence of the word consultation in the 1991 Constitution is being misread or being misunderstood by former presidents or current president or whosoever that is supposed to be looking at it. No. The Constitution is very clear. It is very clear, and consultation for what it is, like other concepts like participation, can be defined very invariably by people in the way and manner they want to do it. And it is in this, it is in this particular, situation that ends
political parties, our people have decided that regardless of how we define consultation, laws should not be ambiguous. Let us be clear. Let us be clear. To suggest the creation of a search and nominating committee makes it much more easier for every one of us. Make it easier for everyone. It's simple. People will come today, they will define, they will come. I mean, still, people are arguing that he's taking the powers from the president. No, there is a leverage. The president still has the power to say, I accept these nominations or not. But it is much more predictable. We cannot, for the sake of it, the experiences of the past that has plunged this country into so much disrepute, we cannot again leave it to chance that a president can define what is consultation for us in the way and manner he will want to. So it is not the APC that is to be disingenuous to the people of this country. It is anyone who feels that we should not adopt the search and nominating committee.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members will stick a pin here. We'll stick a pin. We'll proceed. That's for page 2. Page 3.
Mr. Chairman, will you not get it clear? Oh, sorry, sir. I don't like to come on when you have people. But I think we should put a motion that we either vote on it, we make a good one. We'll come to that later. So we want to get that one from you, that we want to see the fee on this.
We'll come to that later. Let's just proceed.
Okay.
Page 3.
Page 3, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Let's go to Roman figure 5. There is this condition of age. He has not attained the age of 65 years.
stand up. All other MPs return to your seats. The 2 MPs stand up and leave my chambers. Leave my chambers. Let them leave my chambers. Yes, I was listening to Honorable Mary Conte. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Ali.
I was talking about Roman figure in page 3, the Chief Electoral Commissioner, unless he, Roman figure 5, he has not attained the age of 65 years.
That's on the Roman figure 5.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion. I am not saying that strangers are also welcome to the churches.
Yes.
But I am saying if our staff members are creating problems, we should not be challenged.
That's what I'm controlling.
We staff members.
Take care of that, please.
And of course, let me send this note of caution to all of you, all the strangers in this world. You are not part of this debate. If you contribute to this debate, I'll send you out, all of you. And if you continue to cause noise, I will send all of you out. You are required to just sit and listen. We have allowed you here because you are citizens. It's a privilege that you are here. Proceed.
So it's the issue of 65 years being a ceiling. Even for the position of president, we have the threshold, the minimum threshold of 40 years. And now for the position of who decides, together with their institution, who becomes the president, we have the ceiling of 65, creating a situation wherein age becomes the barrier to competence, integrity, experience, and all the rest of it. So I want to bring this to house. Let's revisit this particular aspect. In line also is adopting international best practices. Take for example in Liberia, an ordinary commissioner, 35 years, upwards, you're qualified. So I think Sierra Leone, likewise, and if we also want to talk about empowering the younger generation, who are the, let me say, the next generation of game changers, we have to start setting the pace, the foundation. So, again, let's look at the issue of 65 years. Let's use the minimum threshold.
What's the minimum threshold?
Mr. Speaker.
We can use the minimum threshold.
Hold on, allow me.
We can use the minimum threshold of 40. In fact, honestly, it can even be 35. That's why we are here. I'm proposing. I said 40, it can even be 35.
Yes, Honorable Tambakeli.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether my honorable colleague has actually read the language. It says if he has not attained the age of 65 years, he could be appointed at 40 years. It's a discretion conferred on the appointing body. If he has not
The ceiling is what I'm against, the ceiling.
So what is the problem with the ceiling? You are talking about 40 years plus president. So what is wrong if the ceiling has not attained the age of 65 years, meaning when he is appointed, can appoint somebody 40 years, 50 years, 55 years, I think my honorable colleague has a problem with the language.
Mr. Speaker, let the honorable member be guided. We can use the minimum threshold instead of the ceiling. So in this case, instead of talking about 65, we can start by saying having attained the age of 40 and get rid of the 65 entirely. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
You know, when as lawmakers we must be careful sometimes not to deliberately lead this country into some delusion. Mr. Speaker, we have existing laws. Principals of schools at 60, they go. They don't go to classrooms. They only run the administration of schools. Civil servants as permanent secretary, at 60 years, they go. The same for judges and other offices. Are we saying, as long as my colleague, the honorable member from Western here, is it doubting the competency of young people growing up in this nation? Mr. Speaker, honorable members, if the law, the national law is 60 years for retirement, for the Electoral Commissioner, 5 years has been added already, like the judges and other positions in society. You know, sometimes let's not water down the gains we're making as a nation. We have ministers of government that are in their youthful age, showing competency to deliver. The Attorney General is not 50 years or above. He's showing competence to deliver. We cannot, we must not, and we should not have a commissioner who conducts an election for us, who the determinant of that election is what, imagine the man is 80 years. Even the Bible says 70 years. And you're telling us to appoint anybody. The man messes up the nation and he dies. We must have a structure. In fact, let's have 65 years as a benchmark. You know, I understand better. Some people, they don't have the opportunity to debate, so that's their level. But Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is this. If the law is saying 65 years, have we ever had a situation in which this law has affected the outcome of any results? Have we had a situation in which we've had a Sierra Leonean who is the only person qualified to lead that institution who is 65 years and above? If it is not broken, why fix it? Let our conscience speak. If it is not broken, why fix it? You know, Mr. Speaker, I understand the problem our colleagues are facing. I understand the position. We've had a situation in which
everything is not broken.
We've had commissioners who've done 2 terms and yet still they were not 65.
Everything is not broken.
Are we saying the president is limited to see young people with potentials in the field of academics, law, accounting, who can man the affairs of our elections without recourse to any trouble? The problems we face in all other elections has never had a problem with the person, not the age. It's the integrity. Why not add integrity clauses? I have said this, that most times when we have issues with our elections, the people who conduct the elections, none of our laws has made provisions for those people to be held accountable and to address impunity. If it's an election, they cancel the elections. But what happens with the man who has led us to that situation of the country wasting money? What? You know, I am not pausing to respond, but I want to give him an opportunity so his people will understand he's here. And he does not have an opportunity to debate. Allow him to speak. Why do you want to be private? I'll give you opportunity. Mr. Speaker, in situations like this, if we are amending any part of this law, it should be safeguards, punishments, addressing impunity. We had a situation in this country where somebody had 1 to 148 and he's walking free. So, as young people, as young as we are in this chamber, let us have progressive laws where we have situations where the electoral commissioner or his staff will be afraid to impute anything that will cause this nation into chaos. So our appeal is, we have never had situations of age. We've never had opportunity of age. We've never had opportunities of competency. We've had situations of addressing impunity and behaviors and issues of integrity. So if there's anything we are going to add here, let it be issues of integrity checks. Please.
Mr. Chairman, I think, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I think we are wasting our time. If the Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone is a public service, then Section 151 of the Constitution is essential. If the Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone is a public service, then Section 151 of the Constitution is essential.
Mr. Chairman, the age limit referred to Thank you. Mr. Chairman, when we are making laws, we make laws also to help the Supreme Court, whose responsibility will be in the future. Mr. Chairman, when we make laws, I think we should be making laws with the intention of aiding the Supreme Court, whose responsibility will be to interpret the very constitution that we'll be making. And Mr. Chairman, you will agree with me that in interpreting the constitution by the Supreme Court, they will have to use canons of interpretation, and one such canon will be the mischief rule, trying to know which mischief was the Parliament trying to cure. Or they will use the generis rule. Mr. Chairman, what this section is trying to say is disqualify anybody from holding the office of Chief Electoral Commissioner so long as you are 65 years old. Or if you are in that office, when you attain the age of 65, you should quit the office. What I am proposing here is that we push the age limit for holding the office of Chief Electoral Commissioner and any commissioner from 65 to 70. That's my suggestion. And we can lower the threshold. Mr. Speaker, there is no age limit for the president. The president who is elected by the office of the Chief Electoral Commissioner is not age gap for him. The president can be 94 years old as Donald Trump. The president can be 80 years old. If the president who has the responsibility to carry the nation can serve in that office at age 80, what is wrong in the Chief Electoral Commissioner who will be managing the affairs of that commission of the elected members of Parliament and president at the age of 65 or 70? You are merely limiting people who have been experienced enough in an office to discharge the office of that office because of age limit. I will suggest to my colleagues that 65 not be the age of disqualification for one to hold that office, I'm of the Chief Electoral Commissioner or being a commissioner. My submission.
Yes, leader of the opposition.
Yes, sir. This is the House of Laws, and most of the laws that are in, let me say all of the laws, almost all of the laws that are crafted and passed by this House. So we must be seen consistent in the way we do our laws. Mr. Speaker, let me attract your attention again to the Civil Service Code, Rules and Regulation. I think it's Regulation 16. That states, 61, it states that government employees shall retire on attaining the statutory retirement age of 60 years. So it's clear. So if we are saying our employees should, yes, I'm coming.
And it's a public service.
I'm coming. I'm coming. If we are saying that our civil servant must retire at the age of 60, then I am sure public servants must be retired earlier than that. But let me tell you, we did not just craft this law like this. There are reasons for which civil servants must retire at the age of 60. You look at your ability to deliver. You look at age. You look at every other circumstances. It was not just passed in the twinkle of an eye. It was passed with considerations of effectiveness. And I'm telling you, one of the offices that caters for the stability of this nation is the office of the Chief Electoral Commissioner. So if we are condemning civil servants who are 60 years and say we do not need their services because of their age, then we must put that same consideration on public servants who are 60 years, especially this role that is so focused, that is so considerable, that determines the peace of this nation, that determines the stability of this nation. Age should not be the circumstance. So we should be very careful when crafting our laws. You cannot say let 80-year-old man have this position, let 70-year-old man have this position. This is a critical position that if a blunder happens in this position, it will boom around the entire nation. So to me, for the sake of consistency, sir, the drafters of the Constitution were very intelligent. I am going to suggest that we leave it at the age of 65 as stated in the Constitution instead of trying to amend it.
Very much. Mr. Chairman, sorry. I listened to my colleague on the other side. He tried to turn it the other way as if we are saying when you are above age 65, you should not be appointed. No, that's not the case. We are giving the latitude to the president to look around. I propounded my argument, why not 40 years? The last time, when I put my case forward about the mentees, you are very clear. He said, we don't even know how people have the mental problem, even when they are sitting in a very good office. And in this particular clause, they also try to examine the frame of mind. That is the mentees. It is proposed here. Now, this is my proposal. If the function of honor, the threshold is 40. Let me read this provision in the Constitution, Mr. Chairman. Section 41 of the Constitution, Mr. Chairman, reads, no person shall be qualified for election as president unless 1. is a citizen of Sierra Leone, B. is a member of a political party, C. has attained the age of 40. Enter. Mr. Chairman, the function of honor, the biggest, the highest office in this land, we are saying that person should be 40 years. After elected into office, he is going to take critical decisions to decide on the fate of this country. That's why the people are very crafty in this proposal. They said the mentees, the frame of mind, that is one. But I'm now proposing that deliberately, I like conformity of the law. As you said for other chairmen or for other provisions, that you are giving 5 years as a limit, and based on certain other
requirement, you are given another 5 years. That is the submission. That is one. So age should not be a cap in conformity to section 41C. In conformity to section 41C, you can let the president of threshold of 40. Why not the chief electoral commissioner, who is going to announce the result after examining the mentees and after comparison? The one you have in the constitution and the one you are talking about, the chief electoral commissioner. Mr. Chairman, let me submit to this house. If I have a threshold for president for 40 years, and the person coming to announce for us to have the next president, why not give that individual with thorough frame of mind? Age limit, as my colleague said, not a bar to professionalism, to integrity, to length of service, to experience. Why not say, using the law, this law, the constitution is over 30 years now. We want to make a serious amendment. I have propounded legislation, put my case in this chamber for progressive laws. I am on record for that. Today, this particular house, the 5th Parliament, and this 6th Parliament, under our leadership, we are on record for making progressive laws. That is why we have today over 30% of women elected to this chamber. So because of my experience and my fairness and the progressive nature as I am, my stature in making progressive laws, Mr. Speaker, I beg my colleague on the other side. The law in conformity to section 41C of the Constitution, let us give a threshold for the appointment of chief electoral commissioner and others for 40 years. I respect this, my submission, sir.
I don't even know why this one has become a problem. I don't even know. It seems because people have this frame of mind that there should be argument on the constitutional amendment bill, then every other thing in the bill should be argued. Because as far as I know, this should not be a problem. It should actually not be a problem. Because we all know, we have passed laws here. We have passed several laws relating to age, retirement, and stuff like that. Why are we arguing on a thing as this? We should not even be arguing. We should not even be debating on a matter like this. I will stick a pin. We proceed. Maybe we'll leave here 3 a.m. in the morning. Yes, okay, yes. Honorable, please, sorry. Please proceed. Before sticking the pin. Proceed. Proceed. After your argument, you stick a pin. You know,
Mr. Chairman, I heard the leader of government business say rightfully so that he prides himself in the progressive laws he has been bringing before this House of Parliament. However, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I feel sad as a representative of young people in this well of Parliament for me to hear people put in a cap or minimum of 40 years for the Chief Electoral Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I'm really sorry. I want to be quoted directly. I said a minimum threshold.
A minimum.
Thank you, sir.
A minimum threshold of 40 years.
So you can capture the young people, sir.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, 40 years is not even a young person anymore, by definition. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, the most senior minister of government in this country, the chief minister, is 39 years old. The foreign minister, another very senior minister, is 39 years old. The anti-corruption boss is less than 40 years old. And every stop of Mr. President to appoint such young people to such positions members, you asking the people to elect people at the age of 21 to be members of parliament. But the members of parliament at 21 who are mentally stable, who are mentally mature, to appoint to, how do they do this process? The confirmation, to confirm these people to be of a minimum of 21. Yet still, you want to move this age from 21 to 40. Mr. Speaker, we're against this. 40 years as a minimum is disservice to the young people of this nation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, by the 2015 census, the population of young people in this nation, the population of young people in this nation is over 73%. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, if you say judges, learned judges, the Chief Justice must not be older than 65. Why do we want the Chief Electoral Commissioner to be older than that? If the people who you're calling learned people, you say una don't tire at 65 SO2, what is wrong? In fact, being the Chief Electoral Commissioner is more demanding physically and mentally than even the judges. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, there's nothing wrong. In fact, as the leader said, in line with the Civil Service Code or regulations and public service, the age of 60, 65 is appropriate. And I feel it is right, like you rightly said, Mr. Chairman, for us to be in conformity with the law. We've passed a lot of laws here regarding age. And Mr. Speaker, for that reason, if we think judges and other people, like the whip said, teachers must not be above 60, 65. Why do you want to give a man older than that age a very Herculean task, a killing task, to conduct elections across the entire nation? I rest my submission.
Mr. Chairman.
So we stick a bit here.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mine is going to be brief.
No, we are sticking a bit. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, sit down.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Another point. Another point, sir.
Honorable member.
On this same page. Another point on this page.
On this same page.
Another point.
Okay, yes. Page 3.
Page 3.
Yes.
Page 3. Conditions for qualification of the Chief Electoral Commissioner and the commissioners. So both areas.
Yes.
Both areas, I'm suggesting addition of paragraph 6 after paragraph 5. Paragraph 6 to read as follows. Is not a member of a registered political party. It's not a member of a registered political party. But for you to be appointed, and if you want to be appointed as Chief Electoral Commissioner or Electoral Commissioner, you cannot be an open member of a political party and you expect neutrality from such people. So members of the Electoral Commission, they are expected to be neutral.
Leader of government business, I think that's fair.
Mr. Chairman, except to want to categorically state, you see, I've said the problem we have is trust issue with our executive powers. Because it's already clear in all of the appointments that you have done, for you in fact to work at the Electoral Commission, it's very clear that you should be a member of the political party. It's very clear. My colleague, you know, this is the reason why we need to engage. And I'm really happy we had the engagement. I think I'm not trying to overstate the law, but I'm trying to show some understanding with my colleague on the other side. The business of legislation is how, Mr. Chairman, how do you accept
you give me, I will give you. Even when I moved my motion for age limit, my age is campaigning me. I'm yet to come to terms with him. We are campaigning all over. That is God. That is his will. It's clear. He's also not looking that you should make it very clear, distinct. This is a progressive parliament. I accept that you put clear definition that you should be apolitical for electoral commissioners.
All right, fine.
I'm going. Let me answer.
Accepting the proposal.
In a lieu of giving that one, I am also talking about not just staggering, but also making the appointment by chance. 5 years, the other one will come. But I will come to that because I'm still, the business is lobbying. As I'm sitting here, Honorable Tawa is lobbying me for quick laws. My other colleagues are lobbying. It's beyond this constitutional amendment. It's beyond what we call the APC, the paramount chief of SFP. It's the state of our country we are looking at. So I'm very happy with that, Mr. Chairman. I accept. So should be a political. The wording will come now. I have my secretary at my back. Thank you.
Madam AG, take note of that. Any other issue, please?
I'm sure.
Hold on.
I'm sure in our engagement this morning, which ran on to this afternoon, we agreed that on qualification for the Chief Electoral Commissioners, we should retain bachelor's degree and include experience. So for the Chief Electoral Commissioner, we say it should be 10 years, and for other commissioners, should be 5 years working experience.
Yes. Take note, Madam Minister. Take note. I agree. Take note, Madam Minister. The Chief Electoral Commissioner should be a holder of a bachelor's degree and 10 years experience.
Yes.
The other commissioners, holders of bachelor's degrees and 5 years experience.
Yes.
Yes,
we indeed agreed.
Yes.
But similarly, we should qualify the type of experience we are referring to.
Yes, of course.
Not necessarily in
governance.
Yes, in governance.
In governance and public management.
Yes, thank you.
In governance and public management. In governance and public management. That's all for page 3, with the exception of the age. With the exception of the age. We proceed to page 4.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know why we have a proposal. I just want to sanitize it.
Yes.
We already have a proposal that's talking about has professional qualifications and experience in governance and public management.
Yes. Yes.
Just a few minutes ago, my colleague made a submission, but I did say apolitical. We don't want you to be closer to regular registered or a member political party. They are two different things. So we want to make sure that you are apolitical from the one. You understand it? So sometimes
it's difficult to prove that.
Yes.
It's difficult to prove whether somebody is apolitical.
So we don't want you to even assume that. You should even not to assume that when you are closer to your color, you should make sure even when you lecture, because they perceive you by putting on a red shirt and a green shirt. We want you to be far away from this thing. So yes, it's just that you want to maintain some caveat that you should not even encourage this.
And these commissioners will remember Honorable Daniel Kroman.
Yes.
They will remember you for this.
Yeah, so I think I submit that when we come to the provision, giving is well worded.
Yes, that's
it. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. We proceed, page 4.
Yeah, page 4.
Yes, page 4.
Page 4, term limits for Chief Electoral Commissioner and commissioners.
Yes.
There is no provision for eligibility for the appointments. And I believe.
You also use the mic?
I'm using the mic.
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I believe sometimes we can have people of
greater integrity. We can have competent people who may have served first term of 5 years, but the president in power should have the leverage to decide whether to reappoint that person. But it is not in this bill, and it is not in the extant law. So I'm suggesting that we bring that into this bill for eligibility for the appointment for a further term of 5 years only. To read as follows. It's discretionary, yes. It's discretionary by the president. But the person should be eligible. The person should be eligible. So I'm suggesting that paragraph A of section sub-clause 7, say a commissioner shall serve a full term of 5 years from the date of his appointment and shall be eligible for the appointment for a further term of 5 years only. And then this one, irrespective of the remaining term of the other member, you delete that one. That one can best fit in the next paragraph, which is paragraph B. Paragraph B speaks to completing the term of an unfinished term. So that, irrespective of the term of order, you delete it, it stops to only, the word only. And then we delete this one, irrespective of the remaining term of other commissioners. That's not necessary here. The next paragraph will address the relationship between one commissioner who dies before end of his term, or who resigns, or who is incurable due to illness, and then another is appointed to finish that remainder of that term. It addresses that one.
Mr. Chairman, while I agree with my colleague on the eligibility for the appointment, I think if we delete the portion of paragraph A, it would mean completely different subject matter altogether in paragraph B. So I would suggest that the recommendation he has made, we introduce it as maybe paragraph C, and C becomes D, and D1 and D2.
Okay. Madam Minister, take note.
Mr. Chairman, I think we have accepted in principle. Mr. Chairman, we have accepted in principle. So I think we are the draft out of. So the staggering the years, the remaining time, the remaining years, I think you should stick a pin and we have a proper wording for it. We have accepted in principle that we are, but the one that has to do with attaining the age of 65, you still stick a pin. Because we have exactly, but in principle what you have suggested, we get a proper drafting for it, and we have a draft out with us. So let us move on for sake of time and we come and get the proper wording. Various parties have suggested what we should do in terms of their amendment. In principle, we have accepted about the 5 years staggering time. But what I'm saying, we are making 2 more layers. That's why I said it should be flexible in other areas. So I submit my case.
Yes, hold on. Yes, on this page. Yes, Honorable Chief.
There was 7 on the first at the top.
Yes.
It says the term of office of a member of the Electoral Commission shall be staggered. So we've agreed that the name be changed to the National Electoral Commission. So we add the word national to Electoral Commission.
Of course, certainly.
And also using the word or the phrase shall be staggered is ambiguous. The term of office of a member of the National Electoral Commission shall be staggered. That is ambiguous.
Yes,
So you say that in those 5 years, they stop, or they do 3 years, they stop.
The drafter, who is the drafter? The drafter here? Mr. Minister, yes. Do you want to respond to that? Madam Minister, can you allow the minister? Yes, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, so first is the rationale and then the correction that needs to be made. The rationale for recommending that the term is staggered is really to ensure that there is always institutional memory. So the correction that needs to be made here is the term of office of members of the Electoral Commission shall be staggered. That is really to ensure that appointments are not made at the same time and departures do not happen at the same time, but to really ensure that at each time appointments are being made, it's really to ensure that at each time appointments are being made at the commission, that
you leave behind some old folks.
Exactly. So you leave behind certain people who will really be the institutional memory of the institution. So that way, if we make certain appointments this year, others to be made the other year, so that all of the commissioners do not leave at the same time. Of course, we note that what we have at the commission is that appointments have been made at different times, but it is not established in law. So we're really proposing that it be laid out in the Constitution, that the appointments are not made at the same time. So we recommend that this particular clause be read as the term of office of members, the terms of office of members of the Electoral Commission shall be staggered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me. Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Leader, you know, this is a bill that has to do with the Constitution. I'll be extremely happy if we have different MPs contributing. Please.
No, it's just a question.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, we are introducing something new into our lawmaking role. We've had situations where we appoint.
Hold on, Mr. Minister. I think that standard has to be defined. That one has to be defined in the definition.
Mr. Speaker, we don't. I am begging the AG that we don't need it, because if we start to do it now, we have situations where president appoints in boards and other commissions where they are all in the board, but they are being appointed at different timing. So if you start using staggered now,
we are going to make laws to guide the president.
Exactly.
So we are only guiding him.
So
I know it's a new concept, but we can still accept that concept because it is good.
Mr. Speaker, the risk is we have very good lawyers. We also have very good politicians who take advantage of certain ambiguities. My fear today is we don't get to a point where we have to call people to come and interpret. When you have somebody who say, okay, it's a staggering, I'll appoint you 5 years now, you do another 5 years, another 2 years, later you do another one. What he's explaining is 3 commissioners can be appointed at different timing, which means the law should just address my own situation. If I am 2 terms in the office, it's 2 terms, you don't need a staggering. If I am 5 years, it's 5 years. Let's just maintain our normal language of 2 terms or 5 years. But adding another new vocabulary, I stand to be corrected, but I think...
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can we also... Mr.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Chairman, I support the AG for this provision. Because if, for instance, for the current government, it's like, let's say, for instance, 12 years. And then, God forbid, somebody dies now. And then new commissioner is appointed. And then, after 2028, APC takes over. That man appointed cannot be tampered with by the APC government. That person, the staff of office cannot be tampered with by the APC new government. That I will appoint my own team that can deliver for me. No. The one appointed another person, so the remainder of his 2 terms should remain. So by the time another minister appointed, they will be starting their first year. While this thing person will be going to his 3rd year. That's the meaning of staggering. It doesn't mean you should sweep everybody and then it's going fresh.
It's great.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Chairman, the use.
Okay, after Honorable Tambakeli.
Yes, stagger there is superfluous, and none of the explanations given makes any sense. The reality is people are appointed at different times and for different tenures. When your tenure expires, you go. Yeah, or it has been suggested. If there's a provision for renewal or for continuation, they continue. So let us not introduce. You see, one of the things when you're in law, what you don't want to do is to introduce words that will be amenable to different interpretations. And the draftman is Mr. Thompson.
That's why I've insisted on interpretation.
So we don't need interpretation. Yeah, when you use simple, logical language, it's when you introduce this convoluted, subterranean terminology, then you have a problem. 5 people are appointed as commissioners. If they're appointed at the same time for 5-year term, they know unless there's provision for them to come back, it's 5 years they go. If 3 are appointed this year and 2 are appointed next year, it means that those appointed first thing, you know, as we say, law. So why introduce something that is going to create difficulties of interpretation? At the end of the day, we don't have the knowledge of the law, although we are lawmakers.
Honorable Tambakeli, we have seen cases where a president comes and clears the entire commission of everybody.
Exactly.
So we don't want the situation like that. Yes, proceed. Honorable Wiataso.
Suggesting they should have clearly explained to us what it is. I think what we need is a definition. We can have a definition for the meekness of proceeding, but we've clearly understood from what they explained to us why it is staggering indefinite. It's a definition.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, that's Honorable Barry Consi.
Staggered in the context of appointment is clearly saying that you don't, the terms those begin at the same time and end at the same time for all the commissioners. So this is what's going to be the practice. They are not going to be begin at the same time and end at the same time. It's going to be staggered. Commissioner 1, maybe this year, Commissioner 2. So to ensure continuity, institutional memory, they are not going to be at the same time. So staggered in the context of appointment, it means terms of members do not begin and end at the same time.
In fact, a clear definition of that word, staggered, is a safeguard. To me, it's a safeguard. We have seen cases where some people, still have their time to do, and they are sacked. And they are sacked. Because somebody has a 5-year term does not mean he or she cannot be sacked and probably compensated. So that word staggered can also serve as a safeguard against termination of certain commissions, because you have to leave them there. Yes, Honorable Mr.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
we are still on page 4.
Yes, page 4. After A, where a person is appointed as a member of fill a vacancy. He shall hold office for a remainder of the term of the previous member and shall, subject to this act, be eligible for reappointment. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, we should all know that this is an independent institution and we should give electoral commissioners free hand. I believe and I want to propose that we don't have persons filling vacancies, but we have persons occupying positions based on the term limits. For instance, when a vacancy exists, the president or whosoever that is charged of appointing, that person should hold a complete period of 5 years. Because Mr. Chairman, honorable members, if you say you appoint somebody to come and fill a vacancy of 2 years, that person will be subjected to the person that you are appointing or her. Because at the end of the day, there are critical decisions. But he will be running after those people that please go and appoint me back. But let the person believes when once he occupies that position, he is occupying that position for a complete period of 5 years. But if he comes and he will have to serve for 1 year, he will be subjected to the person that will have to appoint him after 1 year. And there is nobody that wants to come occupy a position for 1 year or 1 year and a half and says, I don't want to continue. He will be running after persons and his independence will be questionable. So I want to propose that persons should not fill vacancies. If vacancies exist, they should nominate persons to run the complete 5 years. So as to stand at
I think that's powerful. That's powerful.
I agree.
Yes, inform your draftsman to see how that can be captured. Yes, Honorable William.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Over the years, for the past 8 years in this service, I have been disturbed by we seated and decide the fate of others. We are discriminating others about the timeline, how long they serve in their respective position. But none of these honorable people of all have never ever decided on how long a member of parliament come and stay in this particular service. None of them have ever said that. None of them have ever said that. None of them have ever talked about how long they will be here. We have seen, I know I'm aware of 73, but there is no time limit there. And nobody has ever argued about that. There is no age limit about it. And we being fair to what we do in this place. That is my concern. I will be fair. Because we talk about justice. I will be fair to ourselves. I will be fair. I have seen members of parliament sleeping on themselves.
You want to retire now?
So you know what? Why should we give a limit to the commissioner? Why should we? Equity and fairness.
Mr. Minister, the deputy leader of government business raised a particular point about B plus B. Plus B. Did you take notes? Please work on that. Let me see the draft. Yes. Proceed.
On page 4, Mr. Speaker, if you go back to the Political Parties Act of 2022, Section 4, we have already amended this very clause.
Which one?
That is Section 34 of the Constitution in the Political Parties Act. In Section 4 of the Political Parties Act. In Section 4, we included 5 different categories that should constitute a commission. First is the chairman, B, the chief electoral commissioner, C, the legal practitioner nominated by the Sierra Leone. The chairman, yes. And B, we have the chief electoral commissioner. C, we have a legal practitioner nominated by the Sierra Leone Bar Association. D, we have a member nominated by the Sierra Leone Labour Congress. And E, we have a member nominated by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sierra Leone. So I'm just asking that we take due consideration of that amendment that was made to the Constitution and do not do another amendment again to that clause. No, what I'm saying is that we did not just amend the act. Whenever you are amending an act that has to do with the Constitution, you must ensure that you have the procedure just as you are amending the Constitution. So there was a 2/3 majority vote on this very clause when we were amending this act, the Political Parties Act. So it was just as amending the Constitution because it's a clause in the Constitution. So by extension, we amended the Constitution that very instant. So there is no need for another amendment for a clause that we have already amended in the Constitution.
Minister, what have you got to say to that?
Chairman, I just want to support the leader of the opposition in this submission that we already did the amendment for this commission in 2022. We first did the constitutional amendment before we came to conclusion in having this section in the PPLC Act 2022. I think what we need to do, we just need to prefer preference the proper committee still what we have. But why did you propose it now to have additional as 4? We have about 5. So it's a matter of not really need to put it in the Constitution. Because some other states made that provision in the Public Elections Act. Because you know the round or around amending the Constitution. In the future, if you want to have more members here, you want to bring the Constitution for amendment. So I think we should go with the dictates in the Act. That's why it's stated. So I perfectly agree with you that we look at the PLC Act. Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable.
And that's what the point is. The point is, in the 1991 Constitution, it is written there, there are 4 members, including the chairman, 4 members, the chairman and 3 other members. And that's an equal number. That's the reason why the Constitution is being amended. It's an equal number in this Constitution. And you cannot have an equal number to form a commission. It has to be an odd number to prevent equality of votes. In the Constitution is 4. So there is need to amend the Constitution to make it 5. That's what the leader suggested. To add chartered accountants.
No, what I'm saying, sir, amending an act of parliament that is related to the Constitution, by extension is amending the Constitution. Because amending an act of parliament is simple majority. but amending any clause that is related to the Constitution is 2 thirds. When we are amending, when we are passing.
Sorry, I don't want to stop the leader, but I think he should state correctly, it is not any clause, it is the bill. It is the bill that will require 2 thirds. He has said it. If we are amending clauses in the bill, we require simple majority. But for the bill to become law in the 3rd reading and for it to be passed into law, it must attain the vote of not less than 2 thirds of members of parliament.
I don't, sir. Back to my point. I was saying, sir, that we use due process to ensure that we have the 2 thirds to pass this very clause in the Act. So meaning, by extension, we are amending the Constitution. It is not, the problem we've had with our Constitution is that since 2002, all of the amendments that have been made to this Constitution have not reflected in the copy we have now. So we should try to do a Constitution that reflects all of the amendments, including Section 38A, including all of this that we did. So I am saying now, because we did not put in this Constitution what was amended or what was placed in the Political Parties Act, that is why my deputy is of the opinion that we need to amend the Constitution. But by extension, this Constitution has already been amended because we use the constitutional procedure with 2 thirds majority to amend the Act.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask you to congratulate our ex-Vice Speaker of Surrounding Parliament under the leadership of Honorable Baran Sarawadi. They have put a comprehensive detailed account of all the laws that are passed in this House. We have them. It was given to us pro bono. We did not pay for it. So I want to commend the ex-Vice Speaker and the ex-Vice Clerk. We cannot just approve the amendment of the PPRC Act, where there is a provision in the Constitution, without paying attention to the due process. We have done that already. We don't want to go over that one anymore. So we don't have to believe in what we have done. It also put the integrity of Parliament in question. But I submit that we stay with the provision that we have done the amendment in 2022. And we have a provision in front of this House in the bill that search committee we should do. I'm proposing that we remove the search committee for this PPRC. Same like the one we have for the for the Taka 223. So, Mr. Chairman, my submission is that we stay with this one we have amended, no problem. We have addressed the issue of crop, or where there is time. We have 5 members, and the other point we can now deal with. That one we can stick again because this big issue of search, the search committee for PPRC. I think that one also, for me, why do we need it? Let me give you a background. Under the ex-wife president, and it's like Roma, late Tola something, blessed memory. We are having serious political problems within the SFPD. We had issues of going to the Supreme Court. And who arbitrated us was the late Tola Johnson, a man who was appointed by the then administration. He marshaled us quietly. We went to Supreme Court and we came with a very nice rules and regulations. How do we go about our party, structuring our party in terms of lower level election, right to accommodation? Sometimes you have to respect the office, forget about the individual, and the performance of that individual now. You look at the office that this person, with that particular caliber, Lecturer Johnson demonstrated a real leadership in that commission. So that one aided us so much in shaping our party. Today is the president we have, President Ilos Banabi. We did not look at him because he was appointed because he was our opposition, and we are in opposition, appointed by the ex-vice president and by Kuma. We looked at it as a man with integrity and with purpose of hope of this nation to shape the political parties in line with Section 35 of the Constitution. So for me, as I've said times without number, we are looking at the office, the integrity of the office. If you are not fit for purpose, the president has the moral responsibility to use such a to remove you. It's clear. So I submit that this issue of such committee must go. Must go.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, yes, I just want to remind this House that when we were amending when we were passing into law, what we
yes,
in that was this intent we amend. There were another amendment to drive the rule. Point. Then initially same for PPI. Decided. So if we had stopped the ECS, I think we should do this for PPIs.
Meaning with proof of what?
One, the we're dealing with query the composition also.
So if you guys say we have amended this in the past, so if proof of that, then this one should be expunged. If there's proof of legal amendment of 34.
Mr. Minister, let me hear you. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members. In 2020, we amended and it because before amending the institution, the PPRs no, you are not in office while the BPRC Act in section 3, it says that a person of with the press public of Sierra Leone and the president, it means we have him and we should give him the laxitamine. All right. It's enough for SFP. I have read, if you go to Nigeria, Mr. Chairman, the Electoral Commission is the consultation with the council. If you go to Gambia, it is the same procedure. If you go to Ghana, it is the same procedure. So we should not be seeing one of the president because this area of President B. The president is the president. Today, President A, tomorrow it can be President B. So let us, as Parliament, focus on the let us focus on the office. Let us on the office. The office here we are setting is the president, the fountain of honor, the commander-in-chief. We should believe as a state by voting majority for person to lead us. It should also have the powers to determine positions of trust. So please, the fact that we have amended, we at this point should be defining consultation so as to ascertain that no president in the future will just take a phone and call the party leaders we should explain exactly how we want to see the consolidation. That every party should, we should even know if they should have a meeting or we should not define consultation. But for us to again go and say we reduce the powers of the president and give his powers to other persons, it means we don't even trust the person we all vote for as president. So, Mr. Speaker, as we have amended in 2022 the PPRC Act, I want the minister, Mr. Minister, please, I want us to stick by that amendment. Define consultation in the case of the people.
We are not dealing with consultation.
Mr. Chairman.
The chairman
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have listened carefully to my colleague. And it's very clear that under the same circumstances for which the search and nomination committees to be constituted for the appointment of the Chief Electoral Commissioner, the same applies for the chairman for PPRC. And we have had different arguments for Christ's sake. You've made your point very clear, we've made our point very clear. It was from that reason. Yes, sir.
What does that mean? Incidentally, we are still dealing with page 4.
Yes, sir.
We haven't gone to page 5.
Yes, sir.
What you are saying is on page 5.
Exactly.
Let's deal with page 4.
Page 4. Exactly. So I am saying the amendment that was done to the Constitution was done categorically for Section 4 in the Political Parties Act. It did not go out.
Is it 434?
In the Political Parties Act, Section 4. In the Constitution, Section 34. So meaning Section 34 in the Constitution, the Constitution we have now should not exist. Instead, we should have Section 4 of the Political Party Act in Section 4 or in Section 34 of the Constitution. And we did not amend the Constitution, like you said, we did not amend the qualification of the chairman of the commission. We did not amend the Constitution for that because we did not the formation of the composition of this committee of the Political Parties Act did not cater for a change in the qualification of the chairman. That was why we did not touch the Constitution. So there was no nexus between what he is stating now, amending the Constitution, and the qualification of the chairman. The same thing, like we have said, the same thing suffice for PPRC, the same thing suffice for the Chief Electoral Commission. So I am going to suggest the same thing as you have just struck a pin for the Search and Nominating Committee. Let it apply also for
yes,
this.
That's on page 5.
Yes.
What I'm saying, I understand your train of thought. What I see here is that, Mr. Minister,
yes,
the leader of the opposition is saying that we have already done some amendment on this section 34 in the Political Parties Act also. Is that what you're saying?
yes, yes, sir.
Yes. So what have you got to say to that? We still have the provision here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, it is true that the amendment was made, and of course, it will be we will share the position that the amended provisions be reflected in the Constitution. But the point, Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I think attention has been paid a lot to the number of commissioners as well as the Search and Nominating Committee. But reading the clause itself, you will see that whilst in the Constitution, Section 34 provides for a political parties registration commission. The recommendation from this process, which made its way into this bill, actually has to do with the name of the institution. To now read, instead of Political Parties Registration Commission, to now read as Political Parties Registration and Regulation Commission. Of course, there has been a debate as to, whether to stick with what was in the amended law to read as Political Parties Regulation Commission, and then determine whether regulation includes registration. But the recommendation from the broad consultative process which made its way into this bill, was to rename the institution, instead of what we have in the current constitution as Political Parties Registration Commission, to now read as Political Parties Registration and Regulation Commission. That is why this particular proposal or this clause is in this bill. Thank you.
I think that's clear also.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Hold on, leader.
No, let's finish.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't know why we are meandering around. They brought deliberately the search committee for this proposal of amending the constitution. If you go to section 34, the composition, political parties are not included in the process of looking to have a chairman of the commission. What they did, and that was the amendment for the PPRC Act. We brought in the constitution to be amended for the composition. But as my leader of the opposition said, Mr. Chairman, they also introduced this phrase. Because if you say you are a sheikh, you are associated with a mosque. If you are a pastor, you are a church. And it's not something about the political parties. So what they did for section 4 of the pop of the political be a person appointed as a judge in the Superior Court of Judicature, appointed by the in consultation again with registered political parties subject to the approval of Parliament. So they brought in such committee because they saw that name, that adjective consultation. But as I said, if you are a sheikh, you should be associated with the mosque. If you are associated with the church.
We have not gone yet to this.
I am coming, I'm building my case.
We are still at the
yes, I know composition. Yes, that brought change having the composition, which led to this formation. If you go to this 4, talks about the composition in the Act, which is quoted. Section 4 in the Public Elections Act. That's what I'm quoting. The same provision, the sub clause, the sub provision is talking about consultations. So I'm making reference back to the search committee. 32.3. They brought in all the list of consultation. They did not talk about political parties. So they brought again the same provision in 34 for the composition of all of the members. They talk about search committee. In the search
Wetin you be the fan? Don't finally come. We don't bring come, we are free sell. Loyalty program where they make you get loyalty points with every top up what you do with AfriCell.
The more you top up, the more points you go get, where you can now exchange for minutes, data, phones, discount, and even cashback.
In on top though, you can also gain points with every transaction what you do with Afri Money. Any top up what you do with AfriCell, they count.
Dial star 4232# for join the loyalty program for free and start for get you points now. The more you connect, the more you collect now the loyalty program from AfriCell.
AfriCell, now we network.
Here's how to check your account balances using the My AfriCell app. On the main menu, tap My Account Info. It will take you directly to all your balances. Scroll down to see the list of balances you have, such as airtime, data bundles, voice bundles, SMS bundles, and free balances like promotional bonus, SMS bonus, and free talk time. Download the My AfriCell app today and enjoy the ease.
As mama, I always want waiting best for me picking them, especially when it comes for waiting them for eat and drink. Now this make I always they choose Sarah juice because they make come from with local food them and nutritious and it gets less sugar than the other drinks them. Not to me say so.
We lab test show say Sarah juice gets 50%.
The world don't go digital. Now that's make Local Commercial Bank ready for match up with the world. This now the e-banking department. We get products and services them when you use online. Listen to what my colleague they get to say.
The e-banking department responsible for all the electronic products in the bank. One, the ATM machines where you can get cash easily from. The points of sales when are some small terminal where you can do your transaction, where they do online transactions as well, where you can see any site now this world and do transactions. Commercial bank e-banking now the solution to all digital transactions now the country.
For work with Boko money, not this style. So inside any local commercial bank today and get you couple card, you Visa Classic and property card for make your transactions easy.
Gonna shop, you can use the POS and do your transaction easy.
Rushing to that double date with your loved ones. You're worried it's getting late. Your loved ones are still waiting. Sometimes we wish for one thing and another happens. We want to keep the smile on the face of the people we love. But we don't need to blame Mother Nature when things go wrong. Avoid ruining that date. Shalima Trade.
The answers are there.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, you got the answer. No. Mr. Chairman, the answer.
Yes, hold on. Mr. Minister, did you take a look at that?
Mr. Speaker, I think you have made better than I would have of that. Whilst the amendment was made, and this is a discussion that I have had, or we have had with the chair of the PPRC, who has expressed concern about having a very long name to read as registration and regulation. His position has been that what is in the amended law, reading as Regulation Commission, be reflected in the Constitution itself. And whilst I would say that the proposal here makes the title a bit long, yes, it has been our position that what is in the bill, what is in the amended law, be read very clearly in the Constitution. Now, of course, the leader of the opposition says that amendment was already made by this House. That was not our reading on the tripartite committee, and that was not the reading when we had a discussion with the PPRC. But we'll take the point, and we will make sure that the correct name as amended in the Act, and which, as you have noted, was first done with the Constitution, will take steps to make sure that it's reflected in the Constitution itself to read for everyone as the Political Parties Regulation Commission. Noting that amendment has already taken place.
In that case, we'll stick a pin here, we'll come back to this. Like you said,
Mr. Speaker, there is no controversy. The minister has already accepted that in their responsibility to regulate, it was clear in the long title that they have the power to register. They have the power to register. So even without registration appearing in the name, Political Parties Regulation Commission, in the long, I was reading the long title while you were talking. I don't know whether I should read the long title again. Yes. That is the Political Parties Act of 2022. It said, being an act to provide for the continuation of the political parties registration as, that is the new name, as the Political Party Regulation Commission, to provide for the regulation, including the registration of political parties in accordance with section 34 and 35 of the Constitution, and to provide for related matters. So this act was an amendment of the Constitution, and then having the powers to regulate, they have similarly the powers to register as provided for by this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I take the cue from you.
Yes, proceed, Honorable Gibao.
Yes, I take the cue from you. When you look at the side note,
yes.
When you look at the side note, and what is in this draft bill is different from the side note of what is in the Constitution. So for uniformity, it is good that the side note of what is in the Constitution is in tandem with what is in the Political Parties Registration Act that we passed in 2022. So the side note of this bill reads Political Parties Registration and Regulation Commission. What is in the Constitution side note 34 is Political Parties Registration Commission. So what I think the minister is trying to do, seeking to do, is to add the word regulation to the side note as much as it connotates their functions.
Yes, we have amended this very clause in the Constitution. It should not have read registration. It should be regulation, because we have changed it. But like I repeatedly said, most of the amendments do not reflect in this Constitution, because since this one was made in 1991, there has not been any other constitution reflecting subsequent amendments. So I am saying now, in the amendments we did, we changed registration to regulation. So the side note should have been regulation, because we have already amended it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to differ.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to differ. Mr. Chairman, can you please, as you stick a pin, can you please call for the answers, for clarity, and for the purposes of what? Because, Mr. Chairman, all of us argued back and forth in this house. We were here in 2022 when we amended this particular act. And Mr. Chairman, if my memory could serve me well, we voted first for the Constitution of Sierra Leone. We amended the Constitution first. Before ever, we went through to amend the act. There is Assad, the house has Assad. Can we call for the Assad so that the back and forth can stop?
I have the floor before my lady rules off. I have the floor before you rules off.
No, but now I'm going to
Mr. Minister, incidentally is here. I've also seen it. So, what do you do?
So, Mr. Chair, before the minister comes in, I want to suggest that we delete this whole section, this whole clause that is brought in by the minister, because we have already done due diligence in 2022.
Yes. So, Mr. Leader of Government Business, hold on, Mr. Minister. Leader of Government Business, in the current circumstances.
Mr. Chairman, I have stated my position from the one that you have done the amendment. Has been corrected over and over. I think you have to regulate us properly. You are straining us. We are making those difficult. We are talking lower normal voice. Mr. Chairman, I've made this position time to time. I said, what he has proposed is better. I said, we did the amendment in 2022. I said, we are putting the integrity of Parliament under questioning. So we have done that. I said it clearly. So now, because we have a constitution for the edification of those who are not around, and we have not proved that one, I think we should pull out to proceed. So let's proceed. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm not to look at Section 34, subsection 4. I read, there shall be responsible for the registration of all political parties, and for that purpose may make such regulations as may be necessary. It was already a regulatory body by the Constitution. Yeah, no, all I'm saying, what was the point of the amendment?
The name and the side note.
Yes.
The name and the side note.
Honorable member, we are just seeing the amendment that was done in 2020.
I don't want to leave my mind. Always like
bring that. Yes. Mr. Minister, can we proceed?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Can proceed. And noting the points that have been raised, it will be our proposal that this clause in the bill be struck out.
I think that should be limited to just 34(1), is it? Just 34(1). Not the entire 34. Leader, can you move?
I was expecting my, I think you should be the one moving this. So move that, I think you should move that You have moved, eh? Mr. AG, you have moved for us to strongly. So remove 34-1 as you have proposed, right, Mr. Chairman? That's what you see.
So the whole of 34-1 goes?
Yes. Yes, we are set for that. We should go. We have seen the amendment, the constitutional amendment for 34-1 in 2022. AG, are you with us? Eh? Okay, so that one has gone.
Page 5.
Mr. Chairman. Are you on page 4?
Page 5. Yes, announced page 5.
Page 5?
Yes.
Okay, I will proceed for you. Come on. You know that guy, you're going to see. You see what
No,
I participate with speak up with chairman of point. No, I didn't see. No, stop.
Hold on. Yes, Honorable Ike.
Mr. Speaker, this is a progressive parliament. And for some of us who've been fortunate representing this parliament out of Sierra Leone, if there is anything that has received accolades on behalf of Sierra Leone, is the 30% quota we've given to women. And we appreciate His Excellency the President for enforcing what was in our constitution in 2023. Because it was first stated in the APC constitution before it was put in the GWP. Mr. Speaker, we must not limit women to just issues of parliament and elections. It is our own view on this side of the aisle that the 30% must also be part of appointees of the president, the executive arm of government. Mr. Speaker, even when we are in this world, we very well know we have competent women who can represent, who can be ministers, who can be head of parastatals. You know, when we are here as members of parliament, when we make boards, we say we should have 30% in those boards. But when it comes to ministerial appointment, the law is silent. So we want to add that it should not just be elected members of parliament, but with a shall that women should also have 30% in the executive arm of government. So, Mr. Speaker, as a progressive party that placed this in our constitution in 2022, that believed in women's empowerment, that was copied by His Excellency in 2023, we now move forward to say 30% must also be replicated at the executive level. I want to hear the women shouting and clapping. So, Mr. Speaker, they are not shouting. So, Mr. Speaker, this is our proposal, and we want women. As a father of 3 girls, I will support this with my chest out, that we need 30% in the executive arm of government for women. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hold on. Yes, Mr. Minister. Let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member. I like the enthusiasm. I am really pleased and I'll convey to His Excellency the President that his commitment to this has really gained traction. And on this way aligned. However, Honourable Mr. Speaker, Honourable Members, it would be, Mr. Chairman, Honourable Members, whilst I appreciate the enthusiasm and the commitment shown by the Honourable Member, I'd like to note that Section 35 of the Constitution
where we propose to make this a requirement for political parties. That section deals with the conduct of political parties. And so we cannot include language that relates to the exercise of executive authority under this section. If there are any proposals to be discussed, we will be happy to discuss under section 59, which talks about the establishment of cabinet or where executive authority rests. But this section relates to the conduct of political parties, and it will not be good constitutional making to include executive authority there. So that, Mr. Chairman, members of Parliament, it will be a suggestion of that we keep the proposal as it is, as one that applies to the conduct of political parties, and then leave the exercise of executive authority away from this section. Thank you.
35, page 5, sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, proceed.
We want to be guided. We want to be guided by law. And as much as we are in discussing women's issue, income and gender parity. But we start from a SAT committee and BPRC on the same page. In my submission, this is a good of everybody. In my submission, I quoted 105 on the 1921 Constitution number 6. I said we can make the law retroactive 1065. It was deliberate, and I quoted 171 subsection 15, inconsistency with the law. I'm building my case now. SAT committee, I come to why I said we should kick it out. You see, we don't make law in a vexatious manner or with malice. We should sit at a platform where we think we are making laws with foresightedness, determine the futuristic nature of our political demographics, or the future of our politics in Sierra Leone. Mr. Chairman, 1. If you look at section 61, I read, section 61. My colleague on the other side, please patient with me. I hope you will support me in this one. Constitution of office. Subject to the provisions of this constitution and of any act of parliament, the president may constitute offices for Sierra Leone, make appointment to any such office, and terminate any such appointment. 53, that deals with the executive powers of His Excellency the President, of any political party or for any presidency. 53.3, we are dealing with the hybrid constitution. I'm not a lawyer, but these provisions are intertwined. So we should be careful in introducing some of these phrases or clauses. 53.3, let me land. 53.3, whereby this constitution or under any other law, the president is required to act in accordance with the advice of any person or authority. The question whether he has in any case received or acted in accordance with such advice shall not be inquired into in any court. In any court. So why are you creating a platform? You say SAT committee, take it to president, I will not accept. They have used it before. Presidents, they have used it before and they are using it. As I said, let us believe in the faith of people who are putting it. Accepted the issues of tolerance. The same memory. He helped us shape our party. That is why it's very difficult for you to meander around the SFP. Intra-party democracy. It's very difficult to play with us because we constituted our rules and regulations from the Supreme Court, the highest court of this land. So to come for you to dilute us, you have to be well seated in terms of law. You have not to take us beyond the jurisdiction here. So, Mr. Chairman, this clause will not make any good faith. That's why I've decided that we should forget about it. If I don't fight to talk about the electoral terms for what it did for a political party, the man we have in the seat today as president, he helped us to shape our party. Let us believe in the office and respect people who are going to that office. Now, to women. So SAT committee must go. My submission again. For you have seen. So women, I am a full supporter, advocate for women. But I want to do in the context of the law. In the context of the law. We are permitted to curb gender parity. That is why we are very careful in dealing with the provisions. We said at least, so that we cannot hurt the other sex. Because chapter 3, I'm not a lawyer. If we ask now to interpret, we bring chapter 3, which is the entire provisions of the Constitution, Act number 6. It will bring our 24 officers so many arguments. So we have to be careful how we play with the words. We don't want to make it exclusively. If you talk about you want to bring in for executive provision, but wait, what I don't like, and I'm going to watch the AG. In my submission in July 2025, in the consultation for the amendment of the Constitution I'm dealing with now, one of the recommendations, they said the claim consider under the PR, the provincial representation system, under the PR, they should be thinking about spreading it up at the executive level. At the executive level. Now what we are dealing with, as said by the AG, we are dealing with at the electoral level. So what they have submitted is quite in place in line with the consultation of Mr. AG, what he has done. Mr. Speaker, we may consider that one in the provision of section 15 of the Constitution as you have stated. But remember, there is a provision in the GIWI Act, which the President is using. Tomorrow, in this chamber, we are going to present presidential nominee. Over 30% are women. Over 30% are going to be women. I present them in the distinct position, in a superior position, not even an inferior position. Mr. Chairman, in how much we are satisfied with women, one sex, chapter 3 of the Constitution, which is an interim provision. We should be careful in dealing with these things because they are vulnerable groups. But women, think about what they are doing. We are supporting that. If you are talking about an executive position, let us not use adjective. We may just import what we have in the GIWI Act and bring it to the Constitution to consolidate women's position. To consolidate it. Now, in the electoral law, section 58 of the Public Elections Act, Mr. Chairman, we have tested it. It has worked for us. Today, I'm proud to say, the 2023 election, we are able to elect over 30% of women in the electoral levels for women. Now, hold that position constant in the Public Elections Act. Now, what we are saying in the GIWI Act, we want to consolidate the 30%. I support my colleague on the other side on the provision of the law that we just take that and bring it to the Constitution and consolidate it. Let us accept that 30% at minimum rate is put in the Constitution. I rest my case in the conformity of the law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
After the leader of the opposition, we are sticking a pig.
I have carefully listened to my counterpart. And the picture presented is certainly not the case in what you say. Nobody is trying to reduce the powers of the president. Nobody. In fact, in this case, the president even has the right to accept or reject the nominations made to him by the search and nominating committee. Let me tell you, in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, am I protected?
100%. Proceed.
Yes. There are security of tenure. Like, for example, the office of the ACC Commissioner, the office of the Chief Justice, the office of the Bank Governor. The President does not have the right to dismiss them or to sack them. It is not because they want to reduce the powers of the President. In democracy, there should be checks and balances. This is what strengthens democracy. You don't give absolute authority to just one person. And this is the same checks and balances we want to offer in this case. Let me tell you, we should ensure there is institutional independence. That is why the protection, the security of tenure is there for the ACC. so that when they find somebody very close to the president culpable, they will be very hesitating to take the appropriate action, afraid that they will be dismissed from their office. So it enhances institutional independence. So we are saying the commissioner should be independent. How could the commissioner be independent? It's when he is not directly appointed by the president. Because when he is appointed by the president, he answers to the president, he owes the president an obligation, and he could be dismissed by the president at any time. So we are trying to create that kind of shield in our democracy. You could not agree with me, we've had problems with our elections. And one way we could profile or solve this problem is to ensure that we create independence, institutional independence, and we promote accountability. That is why. So if you have had a team of Sierra Leoneans, credible Sierra Leoneans put together, drawn from all walks of life, as stated in the bill, drawn from all walks of life, these Sierra Leoneans will not be partisan. These Sierra Leoneans will not decide based on party. And one careful thing that we omitted that should be included, it should not only be those institutional representation we stated. There should be representation of all political parties among those who should be the faith. Because these are the custodians, these are the politicians. These are, they say only a ninja can stop a ninja. So you cannot decide for a chief electoral commissioner and you take independent institutions who have nothing to do with elections and forget about representation for political parties. So we are saying, for the sake of the independence, because there has been, recently I did an interview in one of the most popular stations in Nigeria. And I told them one problem we've been having in the sub-region is the credibility of the commission and the commissioners. It's not only in Sierra Leone, all over. So we are saying, for us to enhance institutional independence, for us to enhance checks and balances, for us to enhance accountability, for us to reduce the abuse of power, we should strengthen our governance system. And one way to strengthen our governance system is to have independent appointment of people into key positions. And this position is one. Let me tell you, there will be always problem in our electoral process if we don't repose confidence on the chief electoral commissioner. And one way to repose confidence on him is to ensure that he is independently appointed into the office. And this structure is the best fit for our society.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I like this. I really like this. I was on the other side. I came at the age of 32 years. I was on the other side. Let J.D. Rogers remove as bank governor, watching down the independence of that institution. Honorable, let Homo Kuja said, we should preserve the sanctity of the institutions. But let me tell you, the Constitution. The same provision was quoted to us. And we said, we are law-abiding political party. We should give a leeway to the president to act in the constitutional mandate given to him. We accepted the removal of the then bank governor. He was removed because they have booted us out of power. That is one. That was our submission. But Mr. Chairman, let me tell you, I'm happy when you stated that we are preserving the independence of institutions. Kudos to you, sir. I salute you, sir. You know what we are fighting today? We are fighting to remove the case that we have. The removal of the vice president is in this bill. I have debated it 10 feet out number. I am going to debate it today again. Mr. Speaker, they remove the vice president of this radio, of this country, without the whole institution. Pay attention to Section 51 of the Constitution. Oh yes, oh yes. We want to preserve the sanctity of our institution. Oh yes. Mr. Speaker, tripartite, I will come to argue my colleague here. Why tripartite refused to listen, to look at the Constitution, 32 3211 of the Constitution, 1992 October 6. They said the institution shall be independent institution. They said now, from tripartite, we don't locus, not pay respect to Section 171, subsection 15 of the Constitution. He is the chairman of the Oh yes. Oh yes. What is good for the goose is good for the
constitutional act number 6. He should recuse himself from that position now. He should recuse himself. If you want to present the statute of the Constitution. Secondly, let me submit. We should also, I speak, to kill the case law by amending clause 9 and clause 11 of this bill from the respect the vice president's position, not only removing you from a political party, but paying respect to section 51 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I have said it. I am a Catholic Christian. I am a knight. I don't play to the gallery. I play with the law. I use circumstantial evidence to prove my case. I have used two scenarios. If you believe in section 32, subject to a level of 10 Constitution, nothing will keep himself from that appointment. From that committee as chairman, because nobody shall pay oversight on ECSL. That is one. Secondly, let go his fee, reinstate position of 51 in the removal of the vice president. As I speak, President Leo today can remove the vice president of his station. You think we are killing? I submit my case. I will say no more on this. Point of obligation.
This is one of the responsibilities of members of parliament. You cannot say because a bank governor was sacked when he had security of tenure in 2017, or because Adi Macaulay was forced to resign when he had security of tenure at ACC. You don't give the law because of an abuse of the law. You correct the system. You don't make a bad government. This parliament, one of our preliminary responsibility is to correct the system. But you cannot go to back to justify bad. You need to put back a solution. Let me tell you.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think you need to call my name. Mr. Speaker, point of order. Mr. Speaker, I think, let me just clarify. I said when they removed the bank governor, I said we accepted because of the constitutional provision of His Excellency the President, Section 61. So what we did is to step in line with Section 61 by removing the Anti-Corruption Commissioner, because Section 171. What is in the Constitution should not be inconsistent with any act of Parliament. So I consider to that in one of the case. I have made my submission, Mr. Speaker. Let them not call my attention. I'm listening, but I'm not going to react anymore to this. I believe in my vote. I believe in the conscience and the judgment of people surrounding me. I submit. What about the recovery? What about the recovery?
All right.
Honorable members, you know, honorable members, you have to 1 minute. You know what I'm saying now? Honorable members, what I'm saying now, we are in for a very long day. A very, very long day. What I'm saying now, we are in for a very long day.
So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying this security of tenure, we are not just dished out to reduce the powers of the president. They are dished out to ensure there are checks and balances, to ensure their institutional independence, to ensure that there are accountability, to ensure that there are transparent governance. So these are some of the reasons for which we were in. We cannot say because Justice Cham was forced to resign from the Chief Justice position, or you cannot say because Comrade Adi Macaulay was forced to resign from the ACC boss, you delete in the section the security of tenure for the ACC. No, you cannot do that. Because amid what we are facing, it is highly likely that you may have a president who may not want to do those things, who may not want to go against the Constitution, who may may not want to go against our law. So that is why those laws should be preserved. They should be preserved, and it is the responsibility of this parliament to ensure that we protect them. We protect them with our life. Again, let me make this point very clear. Of course, the oversight committee on ECSL, there is no law. There is no law. I want to be very emphatic. There is no law that includes ECSL from being subjected to oversight. I will tell you what the law says, Mr. Speaker. I will tell you what the law says. Mr. Speaker, if you carefully read subsection 11 of section 32, it is very instructive. It says, ECSL shall not be under the control of any authority or individual. The essence of the oversight committee is not to control or direct them. That is what the shield is for. The essence of oversight, let me tell you, to agree with you that oversight is subject to rules and responsibility. They do come here to face appropriation committee. They explain to us, we question them, we ask them questions to tell you we appropriate money to them, and any institution that is being appropriated to by this parliament is subjected to the oversight function of this parliament. What is only shielding them is that in the course of us performing our oversight role, we should not attempt to direct or control their operations. That is it. So it should be clear that ECSL is not insulated from oversight responsibility. I respect this, Mr.
Chairman, let me just Mr. Chairman, if I sit here and go speak about it, it will be an indictment on me. Because I had the right to speak. Don't worry, you are not the speaker. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I was in that committee. I'm the only person in this chamber that was part of that deliberation. The first law. No, you are not in the core of the deliberation. I was in the core of the deliberation. Mr. Chairman, you are outside. You are there outside, I was inside. Mr. Chairman, the first provision in that unity agreement, the law is sacrosanct. The law is, if I don't speak for ECSL, it means you are throwing them under the bus. That committee is here now all over. He said, has no locus. Sorry, sir, I don't committee. From the provision we have, I'm not talking about what you did. From the extant provision, that this kind of formation of the committee, section 93 cannot accommodate us to have that type of committee. So, by your experience and your leadership, you said ad hoc committee. I am referring to the extant provision of the unit of that agreement. The first law is that the law is sacrosanct. So that committee, for no cost, if on no cost, is dead on arrival. I submit my claim. Finally,
I'm not taking it. Yes, very briefly.
Briefly now, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are not saying some of this. We are not expressing our dissatisfaction to some of this law because SNDP is in governance. Let me make certain points clear. There have been several appointments, some appointments from this government in whom I have total trust in the individuals that they have appointed. They are good. Some of the appointees of this government, some of them are good. Some of them are extremely bad. You understand? But let me come to my point. Like for example, in the case of PPIC, the current chairman we have there is extremely good. Let me tell you, it goes beyond his normal duty to ensure that there is sanity and stability in the operations of political parties. He will stay up till 5 a.m. in the morning just to adjudicate cases amongst the political party. So in a case, so for him, it is a right appointment. In the case you appoint somebody who is not as good as him, it will be very challenging. And that is why we are making laws. That is why we are making laws. We are not saying that it's a bad appointment, but we are saying because president changed. We have had several presidents. President comes and they go, he comes and we should have a law that will stand the test of time, that no president will abuse. I bet you, if we do not legislate this law, we will have a president who choose his cousin to be the head of PPIC. And there is no law that precludes any president from choosing his or her cousin from There is no law that stops any president from choosing his or her wife from being the head of PPIC. So in a case, in a bid to prevent that, it's better we have a law that will stand the test of time. And according to my brother, the leader, Eba Shulankamba,
I'm your comrade, say comrade.
Oh, my comrade. All right, comrade. It's my comrade. According to him, he said the committee that does oversight.
Yes, sir, point of order. You know, so, sir, he's speaking, referring, pointing hands at my senior comrade over there. No, my device is there. What about that? How are you, sir?
Yeah, let me join my leader. To recognize the presence of my predecessor. I could remember 5 years ago when he was sitting there. He would have to call me from last week. When he wants to send me, he will call me from last week. So I pray that somebody from last week succeed. That doesn't mean I don't want to know. Yes, as I was saying, he said the committee suggested by the communique signed between the moral APC and the government, witnessed by the moral guarantor, in which I am chairing the committee. I am chairing recommendation 20. It's not a standing committee because it is not in the constitution. That does not mean it is illegal. Because the committee gives Parliament to regulate itself. The committee gives Parliament the opportunity to form committee when and as it is necessary. So it is because of that powers that the Constitution gives Parliament. That is why that committee was constituted. I rest my case.
We stick a pin on the search and nomination committee. On page 4 have section 35 plus 3.
Yes, Speaker, please.
Yes, Mr. Minister. Hold on, 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I beg to add my voice to this particular debate. One, of course, to provide context, having had the benefit of serving on the tripartite committee, but also to acknowledge the challenges that we have had to deal with in the framing of this particular proposal. In addition to that, whilst I acknowledge that Mr. Speaker has ruled to stick a pin to this particular proposal, I'll seek your leave to add to the thought process. So when this House gets back to it, maybe consideration could be given to what I would propose. Yes, first is to note, honorable members, that we did acknowledge the challenge with the appointment of the chair of the Electoral Commission and other members of the Commission. We did acknowledge the challenge with the word consultation, noting that different presidents have had to determine what consultation means for them. I think we saw this time, for the first time, under this constitution, that the president is exercising his powers interpreted consultation to mean putting the notice in writing and requesting written feedback from political parties. We did note the model in other countries like Kenya, where there's a such a nominating committee. But we have also acknowledged that whilst trying to solve one problem, we shouldn't be trying to create another problem. And so that is why, yes, we have taken note of concerns expressed by some members of the public and members of parliament, that if we are not careful by listing these groups in the constitution, we will be opening political battlefronts. So that is one concern that we have noted. We have also noted that listing groups, certain groups in our country's supreme law, and to perform such sacred function will translate into making a commitment on behalf of those groups that they will continue to exist for the life of this constitution. I'll give you an example. In 2004, this country, this parliament, enacted a law to summarize commission for Sierra Leone. For appointment of commissioners, appointment which will be done by the president, there is a similar committee, such a nominating committee. In 2004, the leading human rights organization in this country was National Forum for Human Rights. It is listed in that act as being part of the committee that will make recommendations. Today, as we speak, that organization no longer exists. And so, in that statute, we have a problem. So yes, we acknowledge that that could be the same for the Constitution. If certain groups cease to exist at some point in time, then we'll have to come back to constitutional amendments. So we cannot vouch for them. And so, so we acknowledge the challenge, we acknowledge the concerns that have been expressed. Of course, we also respect the view expressed by those who support this particular opposition. Matter of fact, we like to say this has become a default opposition position. So, while members of parliament think about it, if members are inclined to go with such a nominating committee, it will be our recommendation that those groups or entities that will be listed are either statutory bodies or groups that, we know have stood the test of time. Or if we must go with the proposal to keep Section 32 as is, then it will be our proposal that consultation be clearly defined in the Constitution. Be clearly defined in the Constitution, and an additional subsection or a proviso be added to mean that in the appointment of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission or other commissioners, the president may receive or request nominations from various groups that we might propose. So in addition to keeping the president's power to appoint, he may also be open to receiving nominations from various groups, such as the ones listed here. And then maybe that will help us get through the road that we have met in this particular proposal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on, Honorable Sama.
Okay.
We are still on page 5.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My intervention is on clause 3, the amendment to section 35. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, Mr. Chairman, in my opinion, Mr. Chairman, the amendment should be on subsection 1, not subsection 2. I say this because if you look at the Constitution, subsection 1 is talking about sponsoring candidates for presidential and parliamentary or local government elections. And section 2 is talking about internal party organization. So the proviso here is saying, provided that at least 30% of the party's nominees for national and local government elections shall be women, should be inserted under subsection 2. The insertion should be under subsection 1, Mr. Speaker. It's not fit under subsection 2. Thank you.
Take a look at that.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. We're on page 5. Hold on, Honorable again. Mr. Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable members. I mean, I don't quite get the difference that it will make, because the reason why we put it under subsection 2 was really to make it a requirement under the internal functioning of the party itself. So you note subsection 2 reads that the internal organization of the political party shall conform to the democratic principles, and its aims, policies, and programs shall not contravene or be inconsistent with any provisions of this constitution. And so,
If I'm disposed to agree with Honorable Sama.
okay. That's fine. We really do not have a strong position on this. We're fine whether it's under subsection 1 or subsection 2.
Honorable Givao, do you agree?
Yes, I do.
Honorable Dane Kroma, you agree also? Yes, it should be under subsection 1, not 2. Thank you. Yes, we are still on page 5. Any other? Yes, Honorable.
Yes, before we go to page 5, section 38. Mr. Speaker, when the Attorney General was making a presentation just now.
Hold on, take note, Mr. Minister. Instead of subsection 2, it should be subsection 1. Take note of that. Take the drafter. Okay, proceed.
When he was making a presentation just now, he mentioned a situation where groupings that are mentioned under the Chart and Nomination Committee do not exist as statutory institutions. We must be careful how we enlist them. But the AG would have agreed with us that whilst we are discussing this pertinent issue, two major institutions, the youth and women's representation, were the areas where we had this great concern. And we also drew the attention of the Attorney General that we've had laws, we continue to make laws in this parliament where women representation is required. And we also told him that there is a specific women organization that is almost in almost all our laws, the Women's Forum. Mr. AG, Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Chairman, when we talk about making laws, these are not engraved on stones. If institutions change and over time, we also have, this parliament will not end today. There will be parliaments going forward. And those parliaments after us will also have the responsibility to amend the constitution to meet the current situation. When it comes to the issue of youth, we also say we have a national youth council, which is represented from sections across the country. And in these ones, they are being elected amongst their peers. So you are saying if you are going to choose a youth that is among the youth councils. So it makes no much gain when you tell us now that where the institutions exist. These ones are declared institutions. There are laws who speak to some of these things. So Mr. AG, let's agree on our own side that we want the Chart and Nomination Committee. On the other side,
if you want a definition of...
We have stuck a pin.
No, yes, I agree. No, I agree we stuck a pin, but when he was summarizing just now, he mentioned it. And because we are dealing with the Constitution and we are dealing with the vulnerable people, we need to respond to that. Let me go now to 38. It's just a response. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Chairman, we've said in almost all our engagements, and I have just said it this morning, if it is not broken, why fix it? We have a law that speaks to the 1991 Constitution 38A and 38. Mr. Speaker, the drafts of our Constitution, the 1991 Constitution and the amendments made in 2002 are crystal clear to address situations which every Sierra Leonean will not deviate on. Mr. Chairman, the first past the post or constituency system is in the Constitution of 1991. Our Constitution also makes provisions that where there are circumstances that could not be addressed before election, including creation of constituencies and other legal ramifications, there is a PR system. Our concern basically is just simple. We are not saying in this, as we go now, the AG and government is proposing that we eliminate the first past the post system of elections and stick to just the PR as the only means of election. So you see, from the other thing I'm getting, even our colleagues on the other side do not understand this. You know, the other member from Kaine, Mr. Speaker, our situation is the law makes provisions for both. And at all given situations, Mr. Speaker, to show that our political dynamism, our political differences have not made any difficult conditions for ourselves. Because even in 1996, when there was nothing in the Constitution that talks about PR, we were able to agree that the circumstance that was prevailing will not make provision for constituencies, and an election was conducted using the PR. In 2002, that was when the parliament then came to the realization that there is no law that supports the PR system, and the law was made 38A. Either of the two laws are not broken. In this current situation, when we had a situation in which we had a census that we on this side believe was not credible enough to have constituencies, we went using the PR system. We are saying if we have both laws in the law books of Sierra Leone, why do we want to fix a situation that is not broken? And we create a situation for our people as if the law has not addressed some of these things. Let's stop putting unnecessary political tension in the hands of our people. The law makes provision for both. The AG knows the law makes provision for both. What we are against is not just having the first past the post. It's a system that says we should replace, we should remove, and just stick to the PR system. Mr. Speaker, we are members of Parliament. I have said this and I'll say it again. Ordinary has been a member of Parliament for what suits our convenience, for not wanting to go to our people, for not wanting to be subjected, for not wanting to be subjected to the scrutiny of the people. The PR system sounds sweet for them. But for some of us who are rooted with our people, we believe quality representation must emanate from the people. I want to be judged by my people. I want a situation where the people I am not doing well. I want the situation where the people will look at a young person who has a passion to develop their community, who has a quality to represent them, and send that person to parliament, not because the person is connected. In the PI system, I have said, and I'll say again, I hope the Deputy Speaker will not misunderstand me this time around. I am saying with my current situation, as being a member of parliament, the opportunity the APC has created for me, on any day, I will be listed for a PR system. In fact, if it's a national list, I am sure I'll be within the first 5, regardless of the flag bearer within the APC. That is the level I have reached.
We will not vote it.
Mr. Speaker, I want the deputy leader to know I am not here because I am connected.
You vote for the engineer. You vote for the engineer.
Mr. Speaker,
you undermine that
Mr. Speaker, I am not in the front row because I am connected. I am in this first row because I can perform. We have been placed based on performance. So I am saying ordinarily I could be listed. But what about those other people who are there in their constituency? The people who want to invest Bashiru Sinike who is not known in their self-people. They will not be listed because they are not connected. What about the people in our country? How will the people think we need a representation that reflects us? Democracy is not just government of the people, by the people, and of the people, but the representation must speak to the needs of the people. Mr. Speaker, even when you had the most powerful ambassador to Guinea, by the name of Amami Kamade, he knows my constituency is unwinnable for their self-interest. Because I have entrenched myself in that constituency. And I could say the president visited my constituency 4 times. I am rooted there. So we want a situation, oh yes. You know, some of you abandoned your people where some of us are working for our people. At my age and my time spent in parliament, I could say I have done more development in my constituency than even the national government. So that is the kind of So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying let us have a situation wherein the law is clear. We have a constituency-based system in the laws, and in 38A, we have the post past the post. All we are saying is we don't want a situation wherein we will delete one and stick to one. Let us allow the law as it is. If we cannot use the first past the post, continue. Let's have a system in which we are, as people, we can pick, we can choose. But let me warn you, politicians and members of parliament are endeared and respected if they have people behind them. I am saying again that politicians are respected and they stand their grounds. Their people can protect them when the party is against them. We've seen that with Quinty Simon. The SFP ejected you. Your people stood by you and he came here as an independent. We've seen that with Colonel Bruno Tunge. But majority for you first comers, you the first time MPs coming to this way. Most of the people asking you to support the PI, they have a constituency on their own. Their people can rally behind them. They have a political capital. Yes. Which most of you are PI MPs do not have. Exactly. So mine is an appeal that, Mr. Speaker, we have both. We have 38 and we have 38A. I wish I was debating, but I am stating facts. On that note, I know the Honorable Sheikh Kasama came here as independent candidate because he was loved by his people. He came as PMDC, he came as an independent candidate, and you marketed yourself and SFP bought you.
You you have stated a point.
Look, let me just conclude.
Yes.
I am saying to all of us who are members of parliament, let us accept the fact that we have the law makes provision for both systems. Other members, the person who said no, I know her very well. She has not been to her constituency for more than 1 year. So let me conclude with an apology. I'm appealing to my colleagues that we have the system is clear. The constitution is clear on this. I know how my brother Mohammed Fofana struggles in Gambia because he does not have a constituency. It is different if he had a constituency. You build your legitimacy. You build your confidence. You have a people. You are identified by them, they are identified by you. Even the Honorable Speaker, who is now a neutral person, can go to one and the people identify with him. Would that be so of you? Who are you? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Member, I will allow just one debater and we stick to it. Mr. Chairman, I will take Honorable the Deputy Speaker. Mr. Chairman, the Deputy Speaker, please. Mr. Chairman, I would have taken the Mama, but the Deputy Speaker is off. Mr. Chairman, you know he's senior. Mr. Chairman, yes. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Deputy Speaker, proceed.
You wish to say something? Yes, I do, because Mr. Speaker has said that he wants us to continue. And he will never have that opportunity. That is the kind of leadership you have. I am now standing. That is the kind of leadership you have. A leadership that fails to give opportunities to other members.
Honorable, if I want to send you out, do you want me to send you out? Sit down. Your leaders are debating on your behalf. Why you dare argue?
Mr. Chairman.
If you want me to send you out, tell me.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you, and I want to thank the Honorable Information. In front of the full view of camera, he has seen what we are doing for our members. We are giving them opportunity to speak. But his membership, his leadership is depriving him of that opportunity. No, Mr. Chairman, no. I am a senior in this house, and if you want to speak, I have to conclude. Let him sit. Mr. Chairman, on what standing order? What order are you standing on? Mr. Chairman, category requires my consent to proceed. And I'm a senior in this house, you should know that. So if you want to speak, I should proceed first. Yes. Thank you for this opportunity. You see, we are trying to create a conducive atmosphere to make sure that this debate is educative, but we do not want to impugn on other members of parliament. We are not trying to create a scenario as if other members of parliament are not fair. It is not helping the debate. Let us speak to the issue. Don't attack the leadership on the side. Debate on the issue. That is what we have created. I want to advise. Each of these members of parliament were voted to represent their people. And they should have an opportunity to have their say during the course of parliament. We may have our say, but also extend the opportunity to them to have their say.
What I'm saying, I insist on decorum in this house.
Definitely.
You cannot stand, a leader cannot stand, and you, an MP, want to debate. I have told you this on several occasions. When the leader stands, you sit down. I insist on decorum. When the leader stands, as an ordinary member of parliament, sit down. You know, I'm never going to tell you to debate where a leader is up. You know my position in this house. So when the leader stands, sit down. Or tell your leader, please give me this opportunity to debate. That's all you need to do. Talk to your leader to sit down. Proceed, Deputy Speaker. I really insist on decorum.
Mr. Chairman, I also had, before I go to 38, I also heard that the members in the front bench, they have earned it. And I'm sorry, it goes not in. That is why he's seated on the third row or the second row. He has not earned sitting in the front. We have to live with it. And Mr. Chairman, for the record, Mr. Chairman, for the record, 38 and 38A, like he has said, it is clear that my honorable colleague or my honorable friend from Cambia was extremely young at a time when your memory was weak. Because if your memory was strong, you will know that the subject of proportional representation first came in the 1999 Nobel Peace Accord that was ratified by this parliament. That Nobel Peace Agreement suggested, and it was ratified by this parliament, that for us to avoid a repeat of what happened in 1991, we must transition into a proportional representation system. Mr. Chairman, it was also agreed to by the Peter Tucker Constitutional Committee that proportional representation should be adopted by Sierra Leone. Further to that, Mr. Chairman, the Justice Kawai recommendation also made provision for the adoption of the proportional representation. I have said in this House that we are laboring in vain. Why? Because the APC, it's not as if I've seen members of the APC putting on their statuses, sending to social media, putting copies of voting slips, one showing party symbol and the other one showing pictures. People are presenting proportional representation as if it does not allow the picture of members who are selected or who are appointed or nominated parties to be on the ballot. Proportional representation is the body of responsibility to choose or to make choice in who represent them in politics. Mr. Chairman, I have said in this chamber that we have seen single-handedly in the APC after elections were done twice after elections were done, you are crying for under tolerance. Leader is giving under tolerance over to. But don't worry, I am well above that. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the APC in 2018. People elected their representatives, but President Nkrumah overturned that in a day. In a day, he changed everything. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we have seen in their last election, the election leading to 2023, Assam Priest, he won the lower level election, but he was replaced. Mr. Speaker, even Mahmoud Kaloko, he won. Even Mahmoud Kaloko, he won his lower level, but he was replaced, and that was not fair. That was political party, inside a political party dynamics. But where I agree with my honorable colleague is here, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. He said we have 38A and 38 working correspondingly, simultaneously. So, Mr. Chairman, it is my opinion that for the avoidance of doubt, we replicate the provision of 38A and we number section 38 so that we can incorporate 38A into the body of the Constitution itself. That is our position. We are not opposed to it. Since they are working concurrently, for it to work seamlessly, like he has said, if it's not broken, don't try to fix it.
Yes, I want to.
Please take your seat. Please take your seat. I'm not done, Mr. Chairman.
After him,
No, I want to agree with him.
I'm going to allow Honorable Umpa.
Okay, no problem, sir. Thank you, sir.
Say something.
Mr. Chairman, by your ruling, you said 20 members should multiply their seats. And by all indications in this house, I'm a senior. I'm a senior. So when I'm speaking, you should wait. And besides, even SO 33, paragraph B, does not allow him.
if you want to raise the point of order, you have to concede. It says, if a member wants to raise any point of order, except to elucidate some matters raised by the member in the course of the speech, provided that that member speaking is willing to give you way and resume his seat, and that the member wishing to interrupt is called by the speaker or chairman. I am not giving you, I am not considering. Am I calling anybody? You see, I've had a lot of your members saying, giving a lot of opinions, but I know the legal principle is simple. For them, it is nemo that called non-abet. You cannot give what you don't have. What you don't have, you cannot give. And all of them that are giving honor tools, they cannot stand. They don't have the legs to stand. So they should understand that when those who have the legs to stand, when they stand and when they are talking, when they are addressing this house, they should listen, they should learn. So, Mr. Chairman, my position is this. Mr. Chairman, my position is this, and I believe it's the position of this side. That since they have accepted that 38A and 38 have been working simultaneously and concurrently, we are proposing that we replicate 38A and renumber section 38 of the
Hold on, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I again today recognize the presence of the chairman of the SFDP. And the chairman and leader of the APC. Recognize the presence of Honorable Lai Mara. Okay, proceed. Proceed. Are you done, Deputy Speaker?
I think I'm done.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Umfa, what have you got to say?
Mr. Chairman, I know you can note that in terms of decorum, I'm the most decorous MP in this world. So, I have a lot of respect for your chamber, Mr. Chairman. But Mr. Chairman, my intervention here is going to be on two things. I know you ruled on 34, or asked the consent of lawyers and as well about 35-2. But Mr. Chairman, 35-2 and 35-1 speak on two different issues. 35-1 speaks on the political determination, and 35-2 speaks on internal democracy. And we know that the 30% is seeking to address the internal democracy of respective political parties. That is why I believe, Mr. Chairman, that 35-2 should stay and not 35-1. Because in the 30% that we're trying to offer to women, it is about their democratic affirmation or their democratic ability so that they will be recognized. So we are 1 and 2 are talking about two different things. It's my humble suggestion. So to 38, Mr. Chairman. To 38, Mr. Chairman. I know the Honorable from Gambia and the Honorable from Western area have said extensively what they think about the 38. And I hold the view that 38 being replaced with PR will be essentially seeking to replace chaos with something that is structured. One thing that we know about 38, Mr. Chairman, is the fact that in 38 subsection 5 and 38 subsection 2 and 6, it speaks to the fact that constituencies will be demarcated. It also speaks to the fact that after every given census, it will inform how constituencies will be demarcated. In demarcation of the constituencies, Mr. Chairman, you note that when you demarcate these constituencies, you're doing it for one reason or few other reasons. Another day, I was listening to a civil society chief that stated that in our present dispensation as a district block system, you have 16 members of parliament, for example, in the Western Urban, that are representing close to 1.5 or 2 million people. So if those 16 members are representing those 1.5 to 2 million people, essentially you're telling all the people that reside in the Western area that they could go to any of those members of parliament to seek their attention. But what is critical about first past the post is, in 38, 5 and 6, it says every constituency will be represented by members of parliament and there will be a quota system. So like for example, our population is 8.5 now as we speak. If we do the quota system of 132 constituencies, it means that you divide the 8 million plus people by 32, which means every MP will be responsible for those 60,000 people. I want to add also, we live in a country where even though most people have mobile phones, even though most people have access to internet, there are challenges in ensuring that members of the community reach their members of parliament. As members of parliament right now, as I speak, we don't even have people, we don't even have PAs or offices. So if we're trying to say all those 16 members of parliament are open to any of the people in the district, then you're essentially introducing chaos with something that is structured. It is clear. It is clear that 38 and 38A are seeking to solve a problem when the need arises. And I believe as a country, we should be forward-thinking. A lot of speakers have talked about the fact they want to reference the Peter Tucker review or report or Justin Cowan. But one thing that is clear, a political writer and a historian once said, the ability for generational leaders to adapt to current changes is what makes you a more effective leader. And it's also clear that in addressing leadership style, we should be leaders that are adaptive leaders versus generational leaders. So if that is, or traditional leaders, if that is so, Mr. Chairman, I want to suggest that as a country, let's think forward, let's keep what is in our books as it is, wherein 38A will be there, and when the need arises, we can use it. But 38, as it speaks, when it talks about first past the post, will serve the interests of the people of this country, and it will go into the books and into the records and the annals of this country that we will be deliberately ensuring that all the people in our constituencies and across the country will be directed to one MP, and that MP will be occupying this seat, and they will be articulating their views and their visions on every respective bill that comes to this parliament. That is my contribution, Mr. Chairman.
I like my brother, the most decorous MP in the house. See, it is good when we are canvassing people, to be honest. And that is what we have not done during the elections. When it's time for elections, particularly when we are in here now, there are people in our districts, they are saying they are going to build markets. Others will tell you that we will build bridges. Others will continue to organize football leagues. And those things that we do, or those things that we canvass on, because we don't know exactly before we darken this well, we don't understand the responsibilities of members of parliament. We tend to assume that our role is to serve people at constituency level. No. The drafters of this constitution, they were very clever. They are educated people. They have never sat here and thought that their responses or their decision should be a response to the kabudu that is around them. No.
What is kabudu?
Kabudu is English. I don't speak. So, you see, in this constitution, there are a number of roles for members of parliament. But the three critical roles that we perform, three critical responsibilities, are in section 93, 97, and section 105. Mr. Chairman, for the public to understand what we are charged with, instead of mixing up this issue of, civil society has recommended this, council of this has recommended this, it is wrong for us to assume burden that is not ours. Our burden and our roles are defined clearly. Mr. Chairman, in the Local Government Act, before I read this, it is clearly stated, and the Local Government Act was enacted by this Parliament, that the highest political authority in the locality is the council and the councillor. How do you explain a councillor being the highest political authority in the locality where an MP lives? How do you explain that to the children? I don't know. Maybe they find ways of doing it. You see, it is good to play for the gallery, but it's also good that you play for the gallery honestly. Mr. Chairman, let me read section 97. It says the responsibilities of the member of parliament shall include the following. All members of parliament shall maintain the dignity and image of parliament both during the sittings in parliament as well as in their acts and activities outside parliament. And paragraph B, all members of parliament shall regard themselves as representatives, as Mr. Chairman, I will read that again. All members of parliament shall regard themselves as representatives of the people of Sierra Leone and desist from any conduct by which they seek improperly to enrich themselves or alienate themselves from the people. Mr. Chairman, paragraph B is instructive that you are not representing a small group. You are not representing one corner. I don't want to repeat the word constituency, because if I repeat the word constituency, I am validating that low-level argument. A constituency, Mr. Chairman, a constituency is a group of segments put together and termed a constituency. So a district can be a constituency. It's like, Mr. Chairman, it's like in our elementary government, they will teach you constitution. They say, what is a constitution? They say constitution is a body of law and usages that controls the working of the organs of government and the rights and duties of individual citizens. That is a constituency. You put together everything and you call it a constituency, so anything can be a constituency. In 1996, the entire country was one constituency. One constituency. So for me to say, from Poti to this area, they do not have representative, that is wrong. Even the mayor will tell you that she is representing 2 million people. Yes, because that is her responsibility. She is the highest political authority in this locality, in this Kwanda constituency, municipality. So, Mr. Chairman, let me also go to section 93. And I will come to the issue of not having offices or people cannot reach us. We are talking about contact. If you emerge as a winner in an election where the defeated candidate lost by 100 ballots, 150 ballots, what do you make of those people who voted for him? Are they coming to you? No. They don't have anybody representing them. So what does the proportional representation present? It presents the opportunity for every voice to be heard. And even the position papers that we are referencing, those position papers, if you look at the justification they give, those justifications are saying representation should not be constrained to a particular circumference. Representation as provided by the 1991 Constitution should be open. So section 93, it said at the beginning of each session of Parliament, but in any case not later than 21 days thereafter, there shall be appointed from among its members the following standing committees. That is the first role of Parliament. For Parliament to resolve itself into committees, either sessional, either special, or whatnot. I heard the leader when he was talking about the fact that ad hoc committee was created, or the committee on the CSL was created. It was created in good faith, Mr. Chairman. It was created in good faith. If you go to the wording of the agreement, what it says, I will find it. I still have it. No, I will find it. I want to read it. It says standing committee. And in this constitution, the word standing committee is defined. No, it's here. I'll find it. It's here. Let me look for it. This is the last. It says a standing committee to oversight ECSL. The word standing committee is defined in section 93. So we have to bend backwards because of peace, because of democracy, and because we want this house to continue. Because if you want to create a standing committee, you need to amend section 93. But we did it. So the role of a member of parliament, outside representing every Sierra is also to operate in a committee. And let me read section 105, which is entrenched. And that is what we are doing now. It says, subject to the provision of this constitution, Parliament shall be the supreme legislative authority of Sierra Leone to make law. Mr. Chairman, these are the three responsibilities that we have. How are we reducing ourselves to this level for which we, as members of Parliament, openly challenge the budget, that the word constituency development should be removed from the budget? So why is it that you are collecting 18,000 every quarter that was meant yesterday for constituency development? We changed the nomenclature to constituency facilitation, but you think you want to represent constituency, but you don't want them to collect the money that you are collecting from them. Mr. Speaker, that is hypocrisy. Mr. Chairman, that is hypocrisy. That is unfair to the very people that you profess to represent. Mr. Chairman, I have said in this chamber, and I have proposed that since it is not broken, we don't have to fix it. I have proposed that we transcribe, we translate, we copy, we clone whatever word you want to use, 38A and in number section 38, so that 38A can now be 38.4, and the sub-provisions under 38A becomes paragraph A, B, and C. I don't know what is wrong with that. But they will tell you they don't want it because they are maximalists. They don't want anything that is coming from us. We are the renegades of this country. We don't matter. What matters is what comes from them. And you don't negotiate like that. When you negotiate, it's give and take. That was what the board had to say. So for me, I see no reason why we are laboring over this. We are laboring over PR and first past the post because of Western area, where I was born. It is here that we are fighting for. PR will still give you seats. PR gives it to everybody. We interface. There are councillors in both. So, Mr. Chairman, for me to also summarize, I will propose our position as a party that the AG's position submitted to this parliament be deleted in its entirety. That we accept section 38 and we take 38A and clone it, and then we have paragraph A, B, and C. So we have concurrently two electing members of parliament, but what is preferable and prevalent at a particular point in time becomes adaptive, because as it is, they want this and we want this. So let's have a middle ground. That is the proposal.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on, before you, let me just hear the
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, sorry. I want to take a special opportunity to thank.
Don't worry about whether you call me Mr. Speaker or Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, the same.
Both are correct. The essence of communication is to understand. Everybody knows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, honorable members,
I want to say thanks to all those genuinely supported the 30% of female representation in this house. Genuinely, I want to underline that word genuinely. If it is coming from the bottom of your heart to support the 30%. Mr. Speaker, members, I said this the last time and I will say it again. I have tested both sides, both systems, the PR system and the first past the post. And I can say that categorically that the PR system is the best for women in this country. It's the best in the sense, we are talking about 30%. Yes, 30%. How can you determine the 30%? They can give you the 30%, yes. But when you go there for first past the post, then you give awarding of symbols. What can attest, what can guarantee in fact to get symbol? You woman. But if it is there, under the PR system, it is as clean as anything you can think about. It's very, very easy. No speed bump, no gallop. So all those who supported us genuinely, I want to say thank you. And His Excellency, you know, we started this thing. I am the longest serving MP in this parliament. And I've always said it, I have tested both, and I know the benefits that we have during the PR system. No intimidation, no harassment, everything goes on smoothly. It depends on your political party. What we should be talking here with others, with my ladies on the other side, is the numbering. The numbering. In fact, we are trying for 50%. We are trying for 50%. But not for coming. It did not come. It did not happen. Then His Excellency came and said 30%. And what this whole amendment is about, I'll tell you the truth. The truth is to empower women. That is why His Excellency wanted me to be factored in this constitution. But you don't know. The minister is just genuine. He has passion for women. Why do you want to throw it? And this is the reason. Let us don't be labor, because it is in the book, it is in the constitution that PR system should be there. It is guaranteed. Why do we have to talk here and talk here? We have been consulting, we have gone back and forth, we have gone, whether we or who, you want it or not, it is stated. The PR system, it is there. So that is the mode of contention. What we should be talking here now is to appeal, to plead to the honorable members, our women, our men counterparts, to help us so that we can have the zipper system. So that at the end of the day, we have more. The 30% that we are yearning for, we will even have more than 30%. So let us don't be labor on this. Our top states, all across the nation, all around the world, women are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. This is what we are fighting for. This is what we should be bringing to the ears of our colleagues. So, talking about this 32 that is in question, you know, it will open more rooms. I'm the first person who said it will not be guaranteed, especially in the angle of the women. We have so many women's organizations. We have 50-50, we have campaign for good governance, we have women's forum. Who will bury the cats? They will start to say, you see, they don't like themselves. Because if the women's forum sends the 3 nominees, they will say, why, how? Because every organization and every women's organization are all politically grounded. So who will then do that? So these are the things that we don't want to see as women. I'm appealing to all of us, please, if we want the 30%, we are yearning for the 30%, let's go in for the PR system. The PR system will help us If we go to the proportional, to the what, first past the post, believe you me, we will go down. The percentage will go down. It will be on paper. The 30% will be on paper, but it will not be visible. I bet you people. It will not. Because how can you achieve the 30% until we have the zipper system or 2 female and a male? This is what we should be talking about. So please, let's forget about all these things. Let's just go to the PR system. I have tested it, and I know the goodies that is in it. No speed up, no gallop, no intimidation, no humiliation. I know the reason why people want the first past the post. Because they want to grab the entire visa. So that everybody will get women will be there and the other areas will be there. Let us all share. Right now we cannot go to stronghold. Everywhere that is being represented under the PR system, you have seats in Go, and you have seats in Councillor in Thailand, you have in Moyaba. So this is what we want to see. Only pity or selfish person will frown at the PR system because your vote will be counted. Because for instance, if they say, oh, we have the entire plate, this is our stronghold. Although you voted, but your votes are not visible. But this time, it is clear. So please, I'm appealing. I want to agree with all my colleagues and with the AG that the PR system is the best, especially for the coming of more women. More women, better politics, and better politics, more women. Thank you very much.
The leader of opposition, you wanted to say something. After him, please, I will please just allow the 8 people to summarize. You want to say something? Can you put this in 3 minutes?
No, please, because we are debating about human representation.
This the PR system, I'm going to stick a pin. I'm going to stick a pin on this. So it is unnecessary for you to continue to debate. You want to still say something? Let's quickly.
No, I just want to give an opportunity to a few people.
Okay, yes, okay. Yes, I will allow. After her, Chief Whip briefly, and the leader of government business, and the minister. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity to lend my voice to this committee stage. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to just react to Honorable Fomoyamba that we do not want the first past to post because we want to take seats in freedom. No, that is not the reason. We are strong people. We in the western area, we are very strong. We are the people because we work with the people. We grow with the people. So we are not afraid. That is why we are saying we want.
Honorable, hold on 1 minute. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I've been in this parliament for almost 5 years. We are at a committee stage. We have debated. We have concluded the second reading. We have concluded the second Mr. Chairman, we have
reside in there. I want all of you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this issue of the PR and the first past the vote. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, when we were here in the 5th Parliament, we came to the 5th order first past the vote. We were strong women. We fought with men in our constituency, and we came into this parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, only whether it's 18 or not, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, the first past the vote post is still what we want. It is that, it's the first past the vote that brings us closer to our constituency. We are able to engage our constituents, and we know the problems of our constituents, and we are able to bring them into Parliament and advocate on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, with the first past the vote, you know, only lazy women will cry for the first for the PR. You know, Mr. Speaker, we can talk about safety, but to say about PR will bring more women in Parliament. For me, I want to beg to differ, because PR is not just about quotas for women. It's about representation. It's about representation and who chooses you to come and represent. So for us, we know our people, we are with our people, and our people still love us. They want us to come to Parliament. And so for us, we prefer the first past the vote. First past the vote. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Chairman, you know, when you look at even this PR, you know, it felt, even in the last election, it felt to deliver a broad-based inclusion. Because when you even watch at Calabar, we have no women at Calabar because of the PR. Yes. Mr. Speaker, however, we cannot rely on the PR and say we want to go with more women in Parliament. It's as if we don't want to work. We don't want to be with our people. Let me tell you, we are women, we are mothers. Right. Yeah? And because we are mothers, we know what it means, we know how it feels to be cut off from our constituents. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, I'm coming from the East Southern District. Mr. Speaker, because of the PR, we are having a lot of issues within the district. Because for the entire 11 districts, we only have 4 MPs. So you tell me, how do you expect us as MPs even to manage a constituency? It's very difficult. That's so even, you know, stretch out your hand to other constituencies. It's just too difficult.
What the Deputy Speaker was trying to say,
yes,
it is not your responsibility to develop constituencies.
Sometimes because of the law, you go far above, beyond, just to satisfy them. We all know here as members of Parliament, we do go beyond the representation. We know it is not our duty, but because they are our people, we want to be with them, we want to feel, you know, with them, so we have to go beyond. Yes.
After the chief whip, I will listen briefly to the leader of the opposition and the leader of government business, and we will go to the AG and proceed. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I've been to this Parliament. This is my 4th term. For the term, we are under first past the post. So some of us are not afraid of first past the post. But, Mr. Chairman, our colleague on the other side have said that under the
under the fourth party post, they have more women. It's not true. They have more women now under the dual system. The only reason why they have more women under the fourth party post was because their constitutions dictate that it pleases the power that lead. It was election, not election. That was the only reason why they came here. The AP's constitution then said it's election, not election. But Mr. Can let me speak to the minister of this nation. Mr. Chairman, this session of this parliament, this sixth parliament, we've had over 4 or 5 deaths of MPs. Nobody, a lot of people in this country don't even know how they were replaced. Actually, it was first party vote. Let's forget about the money the government lost, but think about the properties and life that we lost in the events of election. Mr. Chairman, I'm a victim of first past the first by election in Zini under the former resident minister in the south, Musa Tawari. We are stoned, we are beaten, and some of our guys were wounded because we had by-elections. When there is no by-election in this country, nobody will know. We've replaced 4 or 5 MPs. Nobody knows. And Mr. Chairman, what is the essence of the GVB without the PR? Because it is only the GVB that dictates that you will submit list. If you don't have PR system, Mr. Chairman, there is no need to submit a list. There is no need. So I believe PR is the best system of election in this country. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I want to submit that to stay with the PR system. Otherwise, the DUD will not be achieved. Otherwise, we will not have more women in this world. And that is not our intention. Our intention is to have more women coming to this parliament. And Mr. Chairman, I will bet my vote on dollar. Because the APC's constitution is going to be changed to elections. We will not even have up to 10 women coming in this way from the APC. Because it will be a very serious fight. So I put my colleagues on that aside. And let me support the arguments of the Deputy Speaker. The only reason why our colleagues on that side are fighting for the first party is because of Western Area. Because they have lost, almost lost Bologna district. They have lost Kenya district. They have lost Calabar district. They have lost County Coladivo district. Their best bet now is Western Area. That's the only reason why they are first party post. But Mr. Chairman, I can challenge the people of this nation that our best method of election in this country is pure system. I rest my case.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I promise to I just want to fear elections for the edification of the listening public. First, I want to make it very clear that the increase in female representation is not influenced by the electoral system. It's not influenced by the electoral system. The increase of female representation is primarily influenced by the GVP, the GVP Act that was passed by this parliament. And the Public Elections Act, correct. And let me make this very clear. It is even more possible for us to have more representation, or female representation, be the first past the post than PR. I will explain. Mr. Speaker. Assuming we have a district like Odoko, in which, according to the GWP and the Public Elections Act, you are to nominate 3 women among the 10 seats. So 3 of the seats are to be occupied by women. Assuming SLPP presents a seat, a list of 10 constituencies, and 3 of those constituencies are women. The same thing to APC. We present a list of 10 constituencies, and 3 of those constituencies are women. Assuming there is no collision between SLPP and APC female candidates that are contesting the elections, and if all of those female candidates win their seats, it is possible that we may have 60% of female representation in the political system. This will never happen under the BI system. It will never happen. And secondly, let me make this very clear. I listen to my brother, and I've always said it. Honorable Tawa is a brother. You know, we'll have our bashing, we'll have our pushing and pulling, but it's part of parliamentary practices. He said, it is not our to be involved in developmental activities in our constituencies. I agree with him. Yeah, allow me, members. I agree with him. That is not our role. I just want to give him an illustrative example. For some of us who are very familiar to our people in our constituency, because I will never be in Freetown, I will never be in Sierra Leone, and on a weekend, I don't go to my people. I will never do that. Every weekend I go to my people. Every blessed weekend. That is why the electoral system, it does not bother us. It does not. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, one Saturday, I was sleeping one Saturday. In fact, everybody in my constituency knows that I have an open door policy. Nobody stops anybody from entering in my compound. One Saturday I was sleeping and I had a knock on my door. And when I asked, it was my security telling me that the entire community, a group of people from the community wants to see me. Then I tell my security, so I woke up and I spoke with them. What happened with them was that the main bridge leading to one of the biggest towns called Titafor in my constituency was broken, and no vehicle can access that big town. So what happened was that there were over 6 to 7 vehicles stopped by because they could not pass through the bridge. So when they called me, I paid a visit at the scene. I saw what happened. I took phone and called the council. The council told me that they have not been given subvention and they don't have money for such projects. I made an attempt to call the minister. I did not get a response. As a responsible member of parliament, because I did not get a response from the council, I did not get a response from the minister, should my people not access that big town? I said no. I used my own personal money to fix it. So had it been a situation where they don't have representation, they have to travel to another place for a representation, it would have been very difficult. They will not even have who to call. They will not even have the door to knock. Now let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you the effect. If they have gone to me and have told me about their breach, and I deliberately refuse to fix their breach, or I dismiss them with the back of the hand, in the next election, they will not support me. So now we are saying, even if you blatantly disregard your people, even if you do not meet to the needs of your people, once you are in tune with your party, you will still be at the top of the list. You will should be at the top of the list. You see, some of those who are shouting, if it's the PR system, I'm telling you, based on the relationship they have with their party structures, their name will never appear. Those of us who are here, we know that any system you bring, because of the ecumenical fellowship that exists between us and our party structure, don't put our names on top. But we are saying this for the suffering masses, for the people, for accountability, so that the people vote for a face. And they have put to reprimand when there is no development in their constituency. Mr. Speaker, let me also tell you, I have heard my brother saying a lot of things about the white paper, white paper, white paper. In fact, they were referring to it as APC white paper, APC white paper, APC white paper. Quite apart from the fact that they were selective of clauses in the white paper, recommendations in the white paper that they would advocate for during their debate. What is most interesting is that the PI system was recommended in the white paper, but was blatantly rejected by the government then. It was rejected by the government then. Let me tell you, it is only a ninja that can stop a ninja. You have to be a member of parliament to know what it means. Those who combined the white paper were not members of parliament. They did not know what it means to live far from your people. They did not know what it means not to have somebody to hold responsible. So that was why. As much as His Excellency the President was a former member of Parliament, and those who were in cabinet, some of them were former members of Parliament, having ample knowledge on the structure, composition, responsibility of representation in Parliament, they said no. 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 And let me tell you, as a responsible member of Parliament, a member of Parliament who is answerable to his subject, regardless to your political affinity, regardless to your color, I would say I will represent each one of them, regardless to their party lineage. When he was talking, the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, did say that if one person wins the election, and it means all those who lost the election are not represented. That is not the case. When you are a member of Parliament elected, you are not representing your political party people only. You are representing the entire constituency, regardless of their color, regardless of their belief. Even those who do not belong to a political party, you are representing them. You are representing them. And the same implies. And the same implies. And the same implies. Am I protected? Am I protected? And the same implies in the national elections. The same implies in the national elections. It does not mean if a candidate loses the national election that all of those who voted for him are not represented by the president. The president represents even those who did not vote for him. That is what democracy is. And you have to treat them equally. You have to ensure that they don't suffer because they exercise their democratic rights.
Speed up.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Let's speed up now. We know your points. Let's speed up, please.
Mr. Speaker, I know you want us to speed up, but
so we are, after the leader, we'll still keep in here.
Yeah, I plead with you to not give a few minutes, so let me...
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, first, let me stand to a few corrections. The AG presented a beautiful document to us addressing the issue of PR system. First, he said we have 38. And he went on further to say, we don't want to consolidate. But what you have done today, that our colleagues on the other side and this entire generation, beyond Sierra Leone, they are watching us. That we have now accepted that there is proportional representation in our law books. It is there now. So the common discussion now, as previously I debated the 2022 Public Elections Act, they said there was no provision for PR system. And I established that one vehemently.
In the consultation Bufis Hotel that was organized by the European Union in August, it started in April and ended in August from the 19th to the 21st in 2022, leading to the enactment of the Public Relations Act 2022. Over 20 recommendations are made. SO12, Mr. Speaker, I challenge anybody by submission. SO12, that is the answer. Go to the answer. The All People's Congress signed for the proportional representation to be an electoral system in this country. Go to that document. I have invoked SO12 for the answers. I have called for the answer to be made public for clarity and for the sincerity of purpose. We are here today. They signed for it, for proportional representation system to be our sole system we have for election process. I have referred to the dates they conducted the meeting at Bufis Hotel. I made a submission, but when the former speaker was presiding over us, Mr. Chairman, that one said, go to the answer. Now let me come. Mr. Chairman, you know the way people are presenting. Some of our colleagues in this chamber, they were incarcerated. Yeah? The leader of the opposition, by election, was incarcerated. Thank you very much. You intervened at Romney Police Station. You intervened at Romney Police Station. Order, please. Order, please. You intervened at the Romney Police Station. My brother from both school, my both school brother, he was also dealt with Asungo for political violence. You know, sometimes I have said, Mr. Speaker, I'm really sorry to take you aback. I presented 5 steps why we should appreciate PR system. Political violence is one. You see the paramount chiefs are there? We have so much violence and more everything. Not everybody is in political business. Not everybody is a politician. Not everybody is interested in politics. But in the communities of the paramount chiefs in our chiefdoms, we had political violence during by-elections. You go to various communities. I said political violence has been mitigated. We have complete quietness. We have got that, I hate to say it, blessed memory. May their souls rest in perfect peace. 2 paramount chiefs gone. 2 paramount chiefs. 4 members of parliament. 2 on the other side and 2 on this other side. Comfortably replace them using the PR system. I have stated in this chamber, my reference point was ECSL Kum, Minister of Finance. First on finances. Every day we are shouting, too much spending, we are doing this, we have our agenda. Education, agriculture, women's empowerment. Mr. Chairman, for conducting world elections, which you can use to build a school or renovate 4 schools in the world, 4 schools in the world, 600,000 average by elections. Take 2018. That's average, estimated at Minister of Finance. That's my reference point. 4 parliamentary seats in the old money, 600,000 in the new money, 600 million in the old money, 600,000 in the new money. Now, for parliamentarians, I said the average, I want to repeat myself, sorry for doing that, is for the edification of this nation. 2 million in the old money, 2 million, 2 billion in the old money, 2 million in the new money. Yeah? We can use that one to also build schools in our political locality, Mr. Chairman. Then they forget the order. We are voted under the PR system by political locality. I was voted for in a political locality, in a particular district. I have 6 councillors on my own political locality. 6! All of us, they voted for us for political locality. It is here. So why are you saying that it's not district? The district is a whole block, and when you are voted for as MP in your political jurisdiction. Mr. Chairman, I remember fully, Kostimula has a sort of geographical political locality. They have.
It has to do with inter-party democracy. Yeah? It has to do with inter-party democracy. It is not a PR system we are having to discuss the problem. Now, I submitted to this House that we have two types of PR system. The list system, which is called, we have closed list system and we have open list system. The closed list system, what we are practicing now. Political party can submit lists. They can submit lists. I'm coming to that. They can submit lists. That list is in line with Section 59 of the Public Elections Act and Section 60 of the Public Elections Act. Mr. Chairman, I will read these provisions. They are saying you are nominated by your political party, whether first past the post or not. Whether PR system, you are nominated by a political party. I'm going to read it for the edification of the public. Let me tell you about the other one. The open system is in the PR system. The open system is where they just give names and the candidate and the constituent for the edification. The constituent will vote for the order of placement in the list. For the order of placement in the list. But when we have the closed system, we cannot be seen with inconsistent with the laws we pass. Section 58 of the Public Elections Act 2020 to 2022 gives us the leverage to place ourselves in the closed system by empowering our women. And let me tell you, the caveat here, I don't play to the gallery, I play with the law. That's the point. The caveat here, people nominated 3 names for women, for men, only men. The system rejected them and easy. That is what is Section 58 of the Public Elections Act 2022. If you feed it, the system rejects it. I don't know for other political parties. That's what transpired. But let me come now to the fourth part of what you're talking about. Mr. Speaker, I have had my colleagues say on the other side, you don't have a way of nominating. But the simple popularity which you call first past the post and the proportional representation system, we talk about this system. Mr. Speaker, these are both of them, first past the post, simple plurality, and we'll talk about the PR system, we'll talk about this system, the closed system, the closed system, and the open list. Mr. Chairman, both systems are being given, represented by this system. Let me read. Political party elections, Section of Public Elections Act 2022. A political party shall deliver to the Electoral Commission or to a designated returning officer a list of the party's endorsed candidates for the election of members of parliament other than the paramount chiefs or the paramount chief members of parliament. That's 59.1. Let them check that Public Elections Act 2022. Fast forward. 2 of that. A candidate shall not be endorsed by more than one political party, and the name of the candidate shall not appear in more than one list delivered to the Electoral Commission. Mr. Chairman, let me go further. Let me go to 60 without wasting your time. Here you see the powers of the party. That is why I said it has to do with intra-political arrangement. Intra-political arrangement. If your party is strong in terms of intra-party democracy, as the SLPP, you copy. If you don't, try to make sure that there are discipline and rules governing, rules and regulations governing the structure of your party. 60. Section 60. A list of candidates delivered by a political party shall be accompanied by the statutory declaration made by the leader and secretary of the party. The leader of the party. The party leader, the national chairman and the secretary general of that party. Or the third one, under 60. Where there is no party leader, the national chairman and secretary of the party. What is more orderly and organized, straightforward, transparent? They are saying, as if proportional representation system, you are not going to take the list, you throw it at neck. No. That is why we are condemning the independent candidates. Because that's Section 35 of the 1921 Constitution, Act number 6, discipline, structure. Those structures we should respect in the institutions. Your party, if your party is well structured like the SLPP, you should not just submit what candidates. You should screen them properly. And let me tell you what has transpired in our party. That is why I said it is not the nomenclature of political system. It has to do with our inter-party democracy. How do we do screening in the SLPP, which I belong? First, you start at the local level. At the local level, the constituency is structured for the simplicity sake, for understanding. The constituency will screen you, your executive at that level. They will screen you both councillors and for MPs. You will come to the district will screen you properly. If you are eligible, if you have a sound mind, you have the mentis to represent us. That is one. You come to the district will screen you. You go to the region, screen you, all by percentage. You go to the national officers. To fulfill section 60 of the Public Elections Act 2022, to say if you are fit for purpose, they will reject the list. You know why that is so? Because it's the party who's awarding symbols. It is a party which is awarding symbols. Give respect and audacity to the political parties, not individuals. As they are presenting a picture as if you can just get up and go to ECSL to nominate yourself. No. No, Mr. Chairman. Secondly, for independent candidates, you also don't just go and take symbol. You will come to ECSL, they will display a symbol and they will ask you to choose one. You know why? For identification. It is only independent candidate. For members of parliament and councillors, you will nominate yourself. But NEC has to structure you by coming to look at the symbol and you take one. You don't go to your symbol. So this is another way of just structuring our electoral system. Mr. Chairman, it's not today we are starting proportional representation. You know, this man is clever and aged. Let me take you what he has done. He has combined section 38 in tandem with section 74.1. And I will extend by reading it 74.1 and 2 to see, they say by the law. You are just saying, oh, it's because of such. Yes, everything is based on commission. But it has to be by the approved law. By the law. Let me read, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to waste your time. But I have to do this for the edification of the common man and woman. Mr. Chairman, 74. 74.1. Mr. Chairman, I read for the good of this country and the good of all. The side note, members of parliament, the one you have. They said members of parliament shall comprise the following: one member of parliament for each district. You know, my colleague was defining constituency, giving some geographical definition, and they went further to define what is constitution. Elementary government when we went to not GSS, I was in Form 4. Subject to the provisions of this constitution, be elected in such a manner as may be prescribed by or under any law. For the time, you know, he's not selfish. You know where I started by pointing fingers at the chiefs, inclusivity. You understand? We have to take it to cognizance. People who are in this house, they recognize it. He's not a selfish man. When we did the PR system for 2023 elections, we ignored paramount chiefs. What we did, we brought in the regulations to take care of the paramount chiefs. Mr. Chairman, we have to be careful. You make law for the orderly manner of the state, not because it's in your comfort zone you want to establish law. Mr. Chairman, the other point I read, they said set number of members as parliament may prescribe who, subject to the provisions of this constitution, shall be elected in such manner as may be prescribed by or under any law. By or under any law. What is different? If you read section 38, you read 38A as amended in 2001. What is different? There are all these different circumstances. And 74.1 is speaking to the paramount chiefs, which are prescribed that with any law as prescribed by this house. Section 107 of the Constitution. We are the supreme authority making laws. Why do we have to shy away from the truth, not to ask for the truth, Mr. Chairman? Why do we have to do that? Mr. Chairman, let me advance my case. I read in this house, reference point, go to ECSL. We have done, it's not the first time I have done provincial representation system. Permit me to just give this figure, to react to my colleague on the other side. He said, in fact, it's a first past the proof that I've brought so many women in this chamber.
My reference point is ECSL. I'm going wrapping up now. Let me don't make finish that. Last submission.
No, I didn't say so.
No, wait.
I said with the first past the post, it is highly possible that we can have 60% of
Mr. Chairman, anyway, Mr. Chairman. For the edification of this project we have here today. What is clear, that if you have read provisions of the proportional representation system, the PR system, for both 38 and 38A as amended 2001, it is clear that we have proportional representation systems in our election, in our law books. Clear. Now, what you are pushing, that is through PR you can get this female representation. No, let me keep moving. Let me push. In 1996, out of 80 seats in parliament in this chamber, we had 5 women. 5. First point, go to ECSL. In 2002, district block system, district block proportional representation system, we had 124 seats in parliament. We got 18 seats for women. 18. Think about it. 2007, 4 posts, first past the post, 112 seats for members of parliament. We had 16 seats. We don't draw by 2. 16 seats. Take your book, take your pen, man. In 2012, first past the post, we had 140 seats in parliament. We got 18 members of parliament that are women. 18. You see the ratio. The number they increase in the seat, but the woman representation not the good. Mr. Chairman, 2023, we are here. All of us, we are here. We are here. So let's tell me the truth. Let me use the words of the former speaker. 2018, I've said. First past the post, 146 seats, 18 seats for women. 2018. Yogina Musa. 2023, district block system. We have 149 seats with women. You know, allow the senior leaders to judge. I'm just clarifying something. We brought in the Kiwi, so forget about that.